Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield. This is Hawkeye Baseball. Iowa Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Bud Light, proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Hy-Vee, score big savings with a Hy-Vee Perks membership. Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Also brought to you by Oak Knoll Retirement Community, Travel Leaders, Destinations Unlimited, the official travel partner of the Hawkeyes, and by University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Hawkeye Baseball is on the air.
From the campus of the University of Michigan, it's time for Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Live from Ray Fisher Stadium in Ann Arbor, it's game one of a three-game series between the Michigan Wolverines and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Welcome to the broadcast booth in Ann Arbor alongside my fine color analyst John Evans. I'm John Leo. Back on the road for Iowa for a major conference series against Michigan this weekend. The Hawkeyes lead the Big Ten by half a game, and they put that to the test here in Ann Arbor this weekend, facing a Michigan team that has won 7 straight games. The Wolverines are 23-14 overall. They are 8-7 in Big Ten play. They've got series wins over Illinois, Penn State, and Purdue. Cade Obermuller pitches against an all right-handed lineup for Michigan today. David Lally Jr. will pitch for the Wolverines. This has been an epic series over the years. Feels a lot like a rivalry, actually. We're expecting no different this weekend. It's the Wolverines and the Hawkeyes, Michigan and Iowa, live from Ray Fisher Stadium in Ann Arbor, with first pitch coming in a bit. Iowa used a steady effort, steady performance to beat Bradley 12-5 to start the week strong. A few highlights from the midweek victory. Wheatley set with the 1-2 with the bases loaded and one out. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to short. Gable's got it. Flip to second for one. Late throw to first. Wolf with the stretch, and he got him. Caleb down to the splits. How'd he hold on to that one? A big double play. Wheatley's 1-2. Runner takes off for second. Pitches low and out. Reese sends it down to second. Now bring it back home. Gable throws it on the money. And Moore applies the tag. The Hawkeyes cut down the runner at the plate. 3-1. Risley sends a blooper to the right side, a spinner that's into shallow right for a base hit. It came to a stop before a Bradley infielder got there. Mitchell scores 4-3. The next pitch to Wolf. Caleb rips down the right field line. Fair ball into the right field corner. Wolf around second. Now he'll stop there with a double. Iowa leads it 5-4. 1-1 from Dete is hit on the ground, right back up the middle. Mitchell's got it. He steps on second base. Throw over to first in time for the double play. 3-1 to Wilmus. Ben rips fair into the left field corner. Schulte scores. Strohmeyer jogs home. Wilmus is into second base with a 2 RBI, 2 out, 2 bagger. Counts 2-0. Here's the pitch. Blake hits well to center field. Center fielder going back. He's at the track. He's at the wall hill. Watch it go. Blake Guerin with a bomb to center. It's 12-5 Hawks. 1-0's hit on the ground to the right side. This should do it. Scooped up there and thrown to Guerin for the third and final out. Iowa wins it tonight 12-5. The Hawkeyes improve to 24-11 and get ready for a big, major, massive series in Ann Arbor against Michigan. And we're getting set for that series opener with the Wolverines from a hazy and warm Ann Arbor, Michigan, with the big house just beyond the right center field wall, the Chrysler Center, a lot of athletic complexes around Ray Fisher Stadium in Ann Arbor. Iowa taking infield now, warming up and getting set for first pitch, which will come at about 4 o'clock Central Time, 5 o'clock here in the Eastern Time Zone. Cade Obermuller versus David Lally Jr. That's the pitching matchup today. We'll continue on with pregame coverage after this. John catches up with Hawkeye reliever Justin Hackett when we come back. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just needs someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Welcome back to Hawkeye Pregame. I'm here with Justin Hackett. Hack, thanks for joining me, man.
You got it, John. Thank you.
So before we go to the beginning, we'll start at the end. You got the midweek win on Wednesday, and that was the first career. Congratulations.
Yeah, sir. Thank you. Yeah.
So, all right, so now we'll go back to the beginning. How did, I know Winterset, what did like travel ball, high school ball, what did that look like for you in Winterset, Iowa?
Yeah, as you mentioned, from Winterset. Growing up, I was part of the Iowa Sticks organization playing travel ball, and they were super, helpful as far as my development and kind of giving me a home to go to 5, 6, 7 times a week to go and continue to develop my skills. And then got lucky enough to go to TCU out of high school, and ended up not being a great fit, and kind of ran into some off-field, on-field adversity as far as a lot of changes going on with how I do things, and just being far from home. And then God placed me with another opportunity to come back home, represent my home state, and kind of reel back in my faith in the things that make me me outside of baseball. And then I've been able to find myself kind of ever since. And obviously didn't have the best year last year. Didn't achieve as much as I thought I should have, but it didn't refrain from who I was as a person. That's kept me going, and super lucky to be a part of the group that we have this year and the success that we're having, and I'm glad to be a part of it. So.
Well, and you mentioned you made some mechanics changes, and then that kind of maybe made it where you didn't feel as good throwing either.
Yeah.
How's that? Obviously, you're on the mound last year, and it's not. Man, I don't feel like me here.
Yeah.
How do you kind of battle through those things and keep putting the building blocks back in so that now, I know you're not at the peak yet where you want to be, but you're continuing to build, which is fun to see.
Yeah. So. The biggest part of that is, like I alluded to earlier, it was just like I lost my identity and whole. It was just all in baseball, and then when things kind of got adverse for me and some decisions that were made that were out of my control as far as the mechanics and stuff like that, really lost myself there, and it kind of took the fun out of it for me. And so come back to Iowa and being surrounded with a bunch of good guys and the coaching staff here that really cared for me individually, it was like being able to take a big step back and realizing, why did 5-year-old Justin want to play this game, and it was fun and having a blast and using my God-given abilities. And so over the last year, it was just like you mentioned, it's just the building blocks and going back to what I was good at and what made me me in high school. And then over the summer was a big change for me as far as alluding to having the fun part and just going back to how I feel like I should move and just kind of getting rid of everything else and then building from there. Showed up, had a really good fall, and then so far this spring been good, and stuff's been back up, so it's been awesome to see. And then new pitching coach and Sean Kenny has worked on some things with me that have made me even better as far as secondary offerings, being able to get in the zone, stuff like that. So
the part I love with Sean, and is kind of some of the mental side stuff, you know. And again, he and I talk about it because of the golf piece. But has he added anything to you that kind of given you some confidence and freedom to go out and be you and execute?
Yeah, absolutely. Him and then adding Wes Overmiller has been huge too. And it's just the biggest thing for me is I got good stuff, and it's just like they kind of jokingly say it a lot, or it's something complimentary the coaches say about me as far as the mental side of things, always going out there looking confident. Nobody will know if I have my C+ stuff or my A+ stuff on that day, just kind of how I act with confidence out there. And the biggest thing that they always tell me is just go right after people. Like, it's in your DNA to not feel like you have anything to lose and go right at people, and that's when I tend to have my most success, is just not being afraid to go in the zone early, kind of establishing that dominance on the mound. It intimidates the hitter that way. So, yeah.
So what do you feel like? I know you've had a couple of weekend stints. You've had some now good midweek stints. Are you just trying to stack those so that when Coach Heller looks down and says, all right, I need some outs, who do I go to? That's my guy. Is that kind of where you're at?
Yeah, and that's the trick of college baseball, right? Is you're playing with 18 other pitchers that are also very good, and just continue to stack the opportunities I get. And that's a big part of this year, is why I feel like I've been successful, is trying to take that big step back, like I said, and start, instead of trying to look at this is what I need to accomplish in the full season. It's just like, all right, here's the week ahead. If I get an opportunity to take care of that one pitch one at a time, and that tends to build the greater things and worrying about the whole picture. And obviously in hopes of continuing to throw well and get bigger stints that way. But regardless, we got a group of really good dudes in the staff that's going to take care of business, and, you know, just continue to wait for my opportunities.
So yeah, you've been here now, obviously second year. What's anything you see majorly different, or it's a lot of the same bullpen guys, but you've infused some new ones, and it seems to me like you're still having a lot of fun again. I mean, it's just kind of a bunch of guys looking out for each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Last year was obviously underwhelming with the talent that we had and kind of performing there, but I think it's just that bond piece that you kind of mentioned there. Just like, we're all very familiar with each other. We know what gets certain people to tick, and just like people feeding and building into that, instead of maybe worrying about numbers and what's going on and if I'm pitching or not. Just like, I'm so pumped up when my teammate gets to go out there, even if I feel like I should have the opportunity, because they're deserving as well, and watching them go be successful. Just like, everybody's super happy for each other no matter the situation. And that's a big piece this year to our success.
So last thing, off the field, what's Justin Hackett do for fun?
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, I'm deep into my faith. It's something that's super important to me. I'm a part of a couple different organizations, Athletes in Action, and Kelton Strohmeyer and I are leaders as far as the baseball side of things, to represent that organization. I play a lot of video games as well. Roommates, teammates always catch me on the show quite often this time of year. And then just hanging out, having a good time with the guys. These are memories that you won't forget when you grow up, and just being a part of this team's been special. So
trying to take over Ben DeTay's role as sack champion in the bullpen.
Yeah, some would say maybe most improved on that end. So we're going for big things there as well as on the field. So.
Sounds great. Thanks,
awesome.
buddy.
Thank you.
Justin Hackett, Hawkeye relief pitcher. All around good egg. We'll be back with John Leo. We'll have Coach Heller after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Different people have different needs. Delta Dental of Iowa has affordable dental and vision coverage that meets you where you are. Small business on a budget? We have options with no employer costs. Traditional Medicare plans don't cover dental, but we do. And if you can't get benefits at work, you can buy direct from us. Plus, we give back to your community. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental. For your smile, for your health, for your community.
Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball forward Hannah Stuelke teamed up with 22 & Vine at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort to bring you an exclusive creation, the Hamburger. This mouthwatering masterpiece features 2 delicious sausage and beef patties with crispy bacon jam, melted American cheese, and a perfectly fried egg, all nestled on a French toast caramelized brioche bun. Experience the Hamburger today. Available only at 22 & Vine. It's a game changer.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball. Today, the series opener in Ann Arbor against the Michigan Wolverines. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, a solid midweek win for your program.
Yeah, it was good. Good bounce back from Sunday. Didn't start out very clean, and actually didn't feel very good. It was a weird feeling because we hit 3 or 4 line drives that didn't get rewarded right at them, and they hit a ball down the opposite field line right off the bat, and then another chart buster hit, and I'm like, oh no, could be one of those nights where it doesn't really matter what you do, things just kind of happen, and then we fall behind 4-0, and then in the third inning, guys 7 hits in the bottom of the third. I mean, you don't see that very often. It's pretty impressive. Scored 6 runs and got back on top, and then the pitching settled down. Had a lot of guys throw pretty well the rest of the game, and we ended up scoring 6 more runs. Never really had that crazy big inning. There were some opportunities where we didn't execute. We didn't execute with runners at third and less than 2 outs, or bases loaded, less than 2 outs, that type of thing. And could have been out of there maybe a little earlier, but still 12-4 or 5, and it was got a lot of guys in the game like we wanted to, and some consistent hitting up and down the lineup, which was good to see.
As we turn our attention to this series with Michigan, Coach, over the past few years, this has been one heck of a series, a pretty epic series between Iowa and Michigan.
Yeah, it's heads up. It's always been a battle, and I think we're 5-5 the last 10 games, and unfortunately we played really well and won game 1 last year, and then we've lost the next 3 to them. We got beat twice. Yet last year at home in a doubleheader, which was still sticks in my craw a little bit. We had a day where it was cold and the wind was blowing straight in, and had a woulda, coulda, shoulda day where we should have had 2 home runs, one of them 3-runner, one of them grand slam, that would have made those games different, but end up losing one of them in extra innings, and then we end up losing 2 of them in extra innings in the Big Ten tournament on a night where we did not take advantage of an awesome pitching performance. Offensively, we were not good that night. We screwed up some opportunities with poor execution that would have won that game in regulation, and unfortunately, those are the last 3. So, but to your point, they're always right there. I mean, they're a very good team. They're a talented team, and we're going to have to play really well, like we did last week at times against Nebraska. And if we play poorly, they're going to beat us up. And it's just the way it is. They have a bunch of older guys, especially on offense. They do have some guys that are older on the mound that we've seen before. They have some. All their pitchers have good stuff. It's not going to be an easy weekend, John. I mean, it's going to be whoever plays the best, and that's the way you like it.
Yep. You mentioned a few of those games from last year, Coach, that we were on the short end of. With those sticking around and us remembering those, do you play a revenge type of factor at all, or
no?
Does that come into play?
I mean, maybe I do as the coach, but I'm not.
And I do as the radio guy too, by the way.
Because but as a player, you just wipe them away and you move on. And if you dwell on stuff like that, you can get yourself into a bad place pretty easily, and you can't really play up or down or any of that. It's just basically like you heard me talk to the team today. I mean, we know the formula, and for us, it's playing hard every day. It didn't change whose name's on the jersey. Just got to play. Just got to play the game the right way, and at the end of the day, if you do, you'll probably be rewarded.
For Michigan today, they're throwing a guy, one of those pitchers that we haven't seen. It'll be Lally today for Michigan.
Yeah, kid that transferred here. he's worked his way into the Friday night role. Probably been as consistent as any of their guys. Velocity-wise, on a normal night, it's kind of 89 to 92 with a lot of 91s. Like Marty, our hitting coach, Marty Sullivan, was telling the guys, don't be surprised, though, early. It's warm tonight. Against Oregon, he caught a good day, and it was up to 94. It can be a tick better than what's advertised. Good off-speed, good change-up, and tries to expand more expand more away than he does, inside. Unlike most of the Nebraska pitchers last week who really tried to pound our right-handers in. This guy's not gonna. He may try, but that's not his thing. It's not what he does. Tries to get chases on his off-speed and chases off the plate away.
What do you see from Michigan offensively, Coach, the hitters that they have?
Just like I said earlier, a bunch of veterans who just tough outs, They've got, Casillas, they've got Voigt, they've got a lot of guys you're going to recognize the names and just dangerous hitters, Tonight it'll be interesting, John. Even though it's warm, you can hear the wind, I'm sure, if you're listening at home. It is blowing. It's got to be 35 mile an hour at times, but it's blowing pretty much straight in from left field. Michigan's baseball field sits in the middle of a lot of buildings, so they have some decent wind blocks. And sometimes here you just don't feel it as much, but it's blowing hard enough today that you can feel it. You can really feel it. I think you can get a ball out of here. I think you can get a ball out of here to right field, deep right field. It'll help that ball a little bit if it doesn't blow it foul. And then they have a green monster in left field. It's only 312 feet down the left field line, so they've got like a 25-foot brick wall. And I've seen here a lot of times they have a great big batter's eye in center field. So both of those do serve as small wind blocks. So if you hit it on a line to left field and not too high, you could potentially get it out of here to left field with that angle. And then center field, I've been watching in BP. A lot of times that wind will give you a wind block, like a wind tunnel with that huge. It's almost the size, or probably bigger than a drive-in movie screen for those listening.
There we go.
It's a big, and then, like I said, there's a building in right field. There's buildings all the way around. The hockey facility is right behind us, and the big football facility is beyond left field, and then the women's softball field is right beyond center field. So it'll be interesting if the wind does die down. I looked at the forecast, and it doesn't look like it's going to die down a whole lot even as we get into the evening, and hopefully we get the game in before the predicted storms after 8.
You mentioned maybe getting the ball out of here down the line and right. That could be that would favor us, wouldn't it, Coach? With Rogers and Reese Moore and some of those left-handed hitters you got.
Yeah, and when you were talking about their starter, whether it holds true or not, sometimes it does, and occasionally it doesn't. But we've got as many lefties in the lineup tonight as we can, because his splits are really geared towards using your left-handers. Left-handers hit him way better than the right-handers, and so we got as many lefties in the lineup as possible.
Speaking of lefties, Coach, your ace on the mound, Cade Obermuller, left-hander. He'll go for you tonight. He's been sharp lately.
Yeah, he has, and we need him to be sharp tonight against this veteran Michigan team. I look at things, and their field is a turf field, very similar to ours, fairly new. I think it's only a year or two old. I looked at the mound yesterday. The mound's almost identical to ours, so Cade should be really comfortable here with the surroundings and with the turf mound that they have being very similar to ours. And he just needs to go out and like Coach Kenny was telling the pitchers before the game, let's make sure we're the ones punching. Be the one delivering the punch. And then to my message, anytime you're on the road, you're sometimes not going to always get the call you want. You can't let that affect the next pitch, and you still have to make a pitch and figure out a way. If you're not getting the calls, or if some calls go against you, you have to. It's not. It sucks when it happens, but if it does happen, it's not an excuse. We know that. We've been on the road a lot. Just need to be road warriors. Go out and fight and scratch and claw, and Cade needs to battle for us.
You were giving that message to the team earlier today, Coach, and I couldn't help but think that it might have been directed to me too after last week at Nebraska. Next pitch, move on. Don't worry about certain calls. So really appreciate that. I heard you back in the back of the room.
No, and as the season goes on, you just got to keep reminding because you play. What are we? This will be game 35 or something like that. I mean, it can wear on you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It can wear on you. You just have to remind yourself all the time. When you play in the present, you give yourself your best chance. And don't let anything adverse calls, whatever. Let the coaches worry about that. You just worry about the next pitch. Stick to your routine, and that assures that you're not going to throw an at bat away or make a crappy pitch that leads to a home run or a walk just because the umpire missed a call. And they're going to miss them.
It's going to be one heck of a series, Coach. Thanks for your time. Good luck tonight.
Thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show in Ann Arbor. Series opener, it's Michigan and Iowa. We'll get you starting lineups. First pitch right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game as a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
John Evans and John Leo with you from the broadcast booth at Ray Fisher Stadium in Ann Arbor, Michigan. We're getting set for Game 1 of this important series in Big Ten play, Michigan and Iowa this weekend. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Before we take our final break of pregame, I'd like to introduce John Evans, color analyst. John, your quick preview on this series.
Boy, good matchup. You're kind of excited for this. This is, last week we thought Nebraska was probably the best team Iowa had faced to this point, and I'd say Iowa's ramping it up again, and especially then when you take it on the road, and now you've got to do it in a different place. So big spot.
Great weather tonight to get this series started. First pitch will come up in a couple of minutes. The sun has come out now. It's very warm here. I would say mid-70s. It's breezy, though, wind blowing in right into our faces behind home plate.
Yeah, we've got, watch says 79 and 18-mile-an-hour steady winds. And it's, we've talked about it's kind of shifted a little bit. It's mostly in, but as you heard Coach Heller say, you do every once in a while catch pockets of the flag laying down a little bit where if you timed one up right, you might be able to, but otherwise I think it certainly lends to be a pitcher's duel a little bit more than a slugfest so far.
This has been a heck of a series over the past few years, hasn't it, John?
Yeah, I was looking at the game notes, and Michigan's got the last 10 on the front, 5-5 in the last 10, and a couple of blowouts each way, but otherwise a lot of tight, well-contested games. So.
Iowa leads the Big Ten, 14-4 in the league, half game up on UCLA. Michigan enters. They've picked up their play lately. They've won 7 in a row. They were out of conference last weekend, though, against Mount St. Mary's. So they're probably rolling in with a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, certainly. 7 straight. Now you can argue kind of who they've played and how they've gotten there to get those wins, but. Their last conference series was against Oregon. Oregon run ruled them Friday and Saturday. Nice bounce back on Sunday to get a slugfest win but that started a heck of a run. And so I don't care who you play. Once you start stacking wins, then that's how you build confidence. And then you roll in against maybe a better team like Iowa, but you feel better about yourself, so you're ready to go.
All right, we'll take our final break of pregame. We're back after this with starting lineups and first pitch. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Different people have different needs. Delta Dental of Iowa has affordable dental and vision coverage that meets you where you are. Small business on a budget? We have options with no employer costs. Traditional Medicare plans don't cover dental, but we do. And if you can't get benefits at work, you can buy direct from us. Plus, we give back to your community. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental. For your smile, for your health, for your community.
Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball forward Hannah Stuelke teamed up with 22 & Vine at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort to bring you an exclusive creation, the Hamburger. This mouthwatering masterpiece features 2 delicious sausage and beef patties with crispy bacon jam, melted American cheese, and a perfectly fried egg, all nestled on a French toast caramelized brioche bun. Experience the Hamburger today, available only at 22 & Vine. It's a game changer.
Welcome back to the broadcast booth in Ann Arbor. Let's get you today's starting lineups. We'll go first with the visiting team, the Iowa Hawkeyes, 24-11, 14-4 in the Big Ten. Iowa is 10-5 on the road under the direction of head coach Rick Heller in his 12th season. Iowa will go with this batting order today. Ben Wilmus will lead things off and play left field. Gable Mitchell, the shortstop, will bat second. Reese Moore's the DH. He'll bat third for the Hawkeyes today. Middle of the order, 4, 5, and 6, Miles Risley in center. Dan Rogers behind the plate catching. Caleb Wolf at first base. 7, 8, 9, Cooper Schulte, the third baseman. Kellen Strohmeyer, the right fielder. And Ben Swales, the second baseman. That's the batting order for Iowa today, occupying the first base dugout. The Michigan Wolverines are being announced now, and they're taking the field defensively. Their pitcher today is David Lally, a right-handed senior.
9 starts, 47 1/3 innings, 44 hits. He's given up 25 runs. 23 of those were earned, 19 walks, 36 strikeouts. Has given up 20 extra base hits, including 10 home runs. He is 3-3 on the year. Heard Coach Heller say fastball will get up probably in the low 90s. Could touch mid in the early game. He'll throw a curveball, a slider, a changeup. Got the whole mix going. Not afraid to double up, triple up, keep going. Left-handers will see a little bit more of the fastball than the right-handers will, but right-handers will have to be on spin. Left-handers will see more of the overhand curveball, the one that breaks more vertically than the slider that right-handers will get.
As we were preparing for this series, just looking at some of the names, you recognize some of the pitchers that we saw last year. Lally Jr., not one of them. He's new to Michigan this season, and so not as familiar with him, but we know how detail-oriented and how strong the scouts are. Iowa feels like they've got a good read on this guy today.
Well, I was just looking back. We saw this team 4 times last year. We saw them twice in the Big Ten tournament the year before that. So we've seen this team 6 times in the last 2 years. So you and I, that's probably more than we've done any other team together. I guess Nebraska we've seen a few times as well. But so by the time we're done with this series, the last 10 games in the series will almost all be games we've done together. And so we've read off a lot of the names, said a lot of them, and boy, it was certainly a memorable series last year, and not necessarily in a good way for the Hawks. So you can erase some of that today with a better performance.
Got off to a good start in the series in Iowa City, winning game 1, and then came back the next day for a doubleheader and lost both those games, and ended up losing the series then, obviously. And that did leave a really bad taste in Iowa's mouth that they have not forgotten. Some of them have not forgotten, but. The strange thing about the doubleheader last year that Michigan won, they used 3 pitchers, and that was really frustrating.
Well, and that isn't the strange part. When you say 3 pitchers and none of the 3 threw a complete game, that's the weird part.
Like, I got a save, and then he started the next game.
And he got a save and a start in the same series, which I guess that's the beauty of having a catcher come in and do that, because it just feels like he's constantly on. But great job by Will Rogers last year in that back end of game 1 and start of game 2. Unfortunately, I guess they don't have the lefty Jacob Benner to turn to finish that part up. But big spot here for Iowa to kind of stake claim that they're legitimate. That 14-4 hasn't been just a byproduct of who they've played. It's more of that they're a good baseball team.
All right, we're set for first pitch now. Ben Wilmus is in the box for Iowa. David Lally Jr. on the mound for the Wolverines. He's ready to pitch. He begins his windup, and he deals it home. It's upstairs to Ben Wilmus. We're underway. 5:05 local time, which is Eastern time. Outfield shifted to right to defend Wilmus. The 1-0 pitch to Ben. That's across for a strike. Jim Shaley's calling balls and strikes behind the dish. Michael Schultz at first base. Nathan Thompson, the umpire, out at second. Robert Lothian at third base. A ball and a strike on Wilmus to get us started. And the pitch is high and out, ball 2.
Yeah, 3 straight fastballs to start the at-bat here to Wilmus. Wouldn't be
window came down on us.
Wouldn't be surprised to see an off-speed here.
2-1. Wilmus rips down the left field line. It's fair and into the corner. Ben sprinting around first. He's headed for second. It's a leadoff double for Wilmus, who abuses the shift there from the Michigan outfield.
Really did. They were all shifted over. Part of that is wind. You shift over for that, but Wilmus turns it, hits it on a line. I was looking for slider. Wilmus was looking for fastball and got it inside part of the plate. 104 off the bat, right into that left field corner. I guess that's a burgundy monster with the brick, clay monster.
Yeah, this is a very unique field. We're within the athletic complex here at Michigan, and they've got a huge batter's eye in straightaway center. Dark blue with an even darker Michigan M logo right in the middle of it. As Gable Mitchell comes to the plate, first pitch to him is a called strike on the inner third. Have a brick wall very high. That is the left field wall. You have to hit it over that for it to be a home run, but it's not very long. It doesn't get very far into left center field. It's mainly just left field.
Correct. Yeah, it really kind of looks like the second stripe at home, I guess you'd call it.
0-1 to Mitchell. That's outside, away from Gable, the left-handed hitter. He's got Wilmus out there at second base after the leadoff double. Long scoreboard. Not very tall, but it's long in right field. 1-1 pitch to Gable with nobody out, just underway in Ann Arbor. Here's the pitch. Mitchell bunts it right back to Lally Jr. It'll be the catcher who picks it up. He throws it to first. Miller retires Mitchell. Nicely done there by Gable. And Wilmus advances to third on the sac bunt.
Does a job. Good bunt there from Gable Mitchell. That was actually the first off-speed pitch that Lally Jr.'s thrown. 6 fastballs before that. Threw an off-speed pitch, left it in the middle of the plate, so easy bunt for Gable, and Michigan will actually bring the infield in here in the first inning.
Reese Moore, the batter for Iowa. He's the DH today. Infield in and shifted. How about that? You don't see that very often.
Well, the shortstop was right behind the pitcher's mound. It's like he is just wasting space there, but he shifted over now.
Wilmus at third. First pitch to Reese. That's upstairs for a ball. Iowa trying to get on the board in the first inning. Big gap in left center field for Reese. Also, the entire left side of the infield's open with a third baseman hugging the bag and no shortstop there. The 1-0. Reese hits on the ground foul. He pulled it.
Yeah, if Reese could hit a sharp ground ball to what should be shortstop, it could roll all the way out to 26 regional appearances.
Yeah, way deep into left center.
His pace is well into right center field. He's wandering back a little bit now, but
1 ball, 1 strike on Moore, the powerful left-handed hitter for Iowa. 1 out, and Wilmus at third. Lally Jr.'s set. He pauses, now he pitches, high and out. And it's 2-1. A lot of foul ground here until you get to the deep corners. Yeah. Michigan is spelled out in blue behind home plate. They've got 2 maize block M's in front of each dugout.
Yeah, dugouts are sunken. It's a little strange over there. You've got guys up on the rail now.
2-1 pitch to Reese. He took it, and it's outside, 3-1.
Good take. Saw that change up all the way there and took it. Himself in a good position to drive in a run here.
3 balls and a strike on Moore. There's 1 out in the inning. Wilmus at third. Next pitch to Reese. Popped it up left side. That'll find the seats foul. 3-2.
Boy, made a mistake with a changeup there. Left it right in the middle of the plate. Fortunately for Lally, Reese wasn't quite on changeup timing.
This becomes a very big pitch now. Lally Jr. comes set. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Full count pitch to Reese. Here it comes. Soft spinner hit to second base. Wilmus trying to score, and he will be out at the plate. Safe! They called him safe! He beat the tag!
Missed the tag, completely whiffed.
The throw was there in plenty of time, and Wilmus slid to the back side of the bag, and Miller missed everything.
Absolutely whiffed on the tag. Great slide from Ben Wilmus.
I'm not sure that Michigan's even going to challenge it.
They're not. It was that good of a slide from Ben Wilmus, so well done from Wilmus as the contact play continues to bite Iowa.
Man.
Turns into a run that time, though.
Frankly, should have been dead in the water. Instead, Iowa's on the board. It's 1-0 in the first, and Reese is at first base. Here's Miles Risley, right-handed hitter. First pitch to Risley. He takes a high and outside strike.
I was just watching the replay on Big Ten Plus. Just doesn't get to him.
0-1. Miles with a check swing. Home plate umpire will say that he crossed the plane of the plate. He's down 0-2. He never tagged him at all?
Never tagged him. Wow. Completely missed.
Swiped it through.
Yep. Those 2 fastballs from Lally were both 94, 93. So that's that little extra anger speed that he can find every once in a while.
No balls and 2 strikes on Risley, Iowa's center fielder. With 1 out, here's the pitch. Miles took it outside. Miller tried to bring it back in, but it was too far off the plate away from the right-handed hitter.
A good frame job. You could see him snap it back.
One and 2 on Risley now. Here's the next pitch. Miles chopped it, left side, backhand play. Lally Jr. bobbled it. He's got no play. It's picked up by Caruso at third. Everybody's safe for the Hawkeyes.
That was always going to be a tough play. That'll probably go as a hit. Just very well positioned. Got it to the aiming it at the shortstop. Lally couldn't quite get off. Tried to backhand swipe it so he had a chance to make a throw. And instead just kind of whiffed at it as he came through it. So Hawks putting a lot of pressure on here in the first inning. Oh, fielding error on the pitcher. Man, that is rough.
That's tough. Wilmus with a double that he clobbered to the left field wall. Iowa's got a couple of base runners, but not very solid contact other than Wilmus. We'll see what Dan Rogers can do. Powerful lefty in the box. First and second, 1 out. First pitch to Rogers, hit in the air to left. Turner is camped underneath it. He caught it. Rogers tries to go opposite field. And he's out number 2.
In the air to left is not going to be a winning formula right now. Might improve later on. Certainly improve as the weekend goes on, but not going to do it right now.
Yeah, the wind will be shifting all over the place. We will not see this wind tomorrow.
No.
I think we see it tomorrow out to right.
Yeah,
and then Sunday.
Yeah, then we get a weird angle. I don't know which way it's going to angle, but it'll be crossways Sunday and cold.
Yeah.
Or colder.
2 outs for Caleb Wolf. First and second, still a couple runners out there for Wolfie. First pitch to Caleb. He took it for a strike. This will be pitch number 20 from Lally in the first inning. Iowa on the board after Reese Moore reached on a fielder's choice that scored Ben Wilmus.
That's actually why I like the take there, is after a one pitch out, go ahead and see a strike.
Long pause, checking the runner at second. The 0-1. Wolf flares into center field. Pace is underneath it. The center fielder caught it for the third out. On, but the Hawkeyes score first. It's 1-0. We'll be back for the bottom of the first after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides the direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Welcome back to Hawkeye Baseball. We can all help prevent suicide. There is hope with a 988 lifeline. Call or text 988 now.
Iowa 1, Michigan 0 as we get to the bottom of the first inning. Let's go over the Michigan starting lineup. The batting order for the Wolverines today will look like this. Benjamin Casillas, the shortstop, he leads things off, followed by Mitch Voigt, the second baseman. Colby Turner's in left field. He'll bat third for the Wolverines. Middle of the order, Cole Caruso at third. Will Rogers, the DH. Joe Longo at first base. 7, 8, 9, Noah Miller, the catcher. A.J. Rausch, the right fielder. And Greg Pace Jr. in center. For Iowa, defensively left to right on the infield, Cooper Schulte, Gable Mitchell, Ben Swales, and Caleb Wolf. Outfield left to right, Ben Wilmus, Miles Risley, and Kellen Strohmeyer. Dan Rogers is the Iowa catcher today behind the plate. And on the mound is the left-handed Cade Obermuller from Iowa City.
9 starts for Cato. He's 4-2 on the year with a 2.18 ERA. He's thrown a complete game, 53 2/3 innings, given up just 37 hits, 17 runs, 13 of those are earned, 16 walks to go with 76 strikeouts. He's been outstanding in his last 4 starts, and he'll look to continue to build the Big Ten Pitcher of the Year resume.
All right-handers in the starting lineup for Michigan today. That's what Cade will face. First one up is Ben Casillas. Casillas takes a fastball high and out. Casillas is batting .416. 125 at-bats.
That sounds good.
Yeah, so that's a large sample size. 12 doubles, the right-handed hitter. 1-0 pitch from Obermuller. High and out again, ball 2. 52 hits in 125 at-bats. He's played in 35 of Michigan's 37 games.
And that is outstanding.
2-0 pitch from Obi. Missed again, high and out. Not getting that corner. It's 3-0.
2 of the 3 have been just off the plate. The third one was a couple balls off, but that one, first and third one, were all very close.
The 3-0, that's in the zone for a strike, 3-1. Michigan averages just over 7 runs a game. As a team, they bat .293. Team that hits a lot of doubles, 76 on the season, third in the Big Ten. 3-1 pitch is high. It's a leadoff walk of Casillas. Iowa allows 4 runs a game. They've got the 4th best fielding percentage in Big Ten games, something they've cleaned up lately. Fielding .976. Here's Mitch Voigt, the second baseman. Powerful right-handed hitter. Got to watch out for him. He bats .362. He's got 7 home runs. He also has 13 doubles. First pitch to Voigt is low. It's in the dirt. Rogers blocked it. That's the first off-speed we've seen from Cade.
Yeah, Iowa 14th in the country in ERA.
374 for Iowa as a staff. 1-0 pitch. Foyt takes for a strike.
How about Western Kentucky and Texas, both with sub-3 ERAs?
Woo.
Is that any good for college baseball?
Man, oh man, we were talking about that earlier. How this late in the season, to have something below 4, how great that is. Fastball outside from Obermueller, not getting the outer edge. He's missing out. It's close, but he's trying to hit the corner. He's not hitting it yet. 2 balls and a strike. Runner at first, nobody out. Bottom of the first. Iowa leads it 1-0. The pitch from Obermueller. Swing and a miss. It's 2-2.
Didn't really get much more inside there. Voigt expanded just a touch. See if Cade can make an adjustment and get into the plate a little bit.
Deep breath from Obermueller. He kicks and fires over to first. It's in the dirt. Wolf knocks it down. Heard Coach Heller talk about the mound and the rubber and how similar it is to Banks. So Cade should feel comfortable in that regard.
Yeah, it looks just like home.
2-2. Hit on the ground, up the middle. Gable's got it. He'll step on second himself. Throw it to first for the double play. How many times have we seen that this week?
Really well done from Gable there. Came across, just shooed Ben Swales out of the way and made the throw on his own. And, boy, you take a not sharp Cade Obermueller and you give him 2 outs. And now see if Cade can help himself and take advantage of that.
Erase that leadoff walk, right?
Absolutely.
Here's Colby Turner, left fielder for the Wolverines. He bats from the right side. I guess I should stop saying that. Everybody bats from the right side today for Michigan, starting lineup.
Yeah, if we call a pinch hitter, we'll tell you if he switches sides, but otherwise it's a right-handed hitter.
First pitch from Obi came in the back door. It's a called strike.
Oof.
Turner bats .258. 9 doubles, 5 home runs in 97 at-bats. The 0-1 tried to do the same thing, left it outside. Count even at 1 now.
Yeah, I mean, the first 5 guys in the Michigan lineup all slug over 500, so good action there from all the guys capable.
Bases empty and 2 outs. The 1-1 from Obermueller stayed outside. 2-1. I'm trying to get a read on if this would be a hitter-friendly park. Today, not so much with the wind coming in between the batter's eye in center and the large brick wall in left field. So there's a little pocket where the wind is coming in right there. 2-1 is snapped high, 3-1.
I think we'll find out Saturday and Sunday for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if the wind comes from the right field line, boy, it gets way out of here to left.
Yeah, it blows out in a hurry.
3 balls and a strike. Bases empty and 2 outs in the first. Iowa leading 1-0. The pitch from Obermueller. High chopper sent on the ground to short. Gable's got it. He'll throw it over to first, right on the money. A leadoff walk of Casillas, but then a double play and a ground out turns into a 1-2-3 inning for Cade Obermueller and the Hawkeyes. We're through 1 in Ann Arbor, 1-0 Hawks. This is Iowa baseball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
Leaders know there's no guide to greatness. When everyone else says something can't be done, they know it only hasn't been done yet. True leaders weather the fiercest storms and look deep within themselves to rise above and help others find their way forward. At Great Southern Bank, we're proud to partner with visionaries that help raise the tide for all of us. And when you're ready to bring your vision to life, we'll be right behind you with award-winning support.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Stop by today for a relaxing massage at the spa, fine dining at Ruthie's Steak and Seafood, and so much more. Visit Riverside Casino and Golf Resort today, located minutes south of Iowa City.
Cooper Schulte, Kellen Strohmeyer, and Ben Swales will come to the plate for Iowa in the second. If anybody gets on, we'll send it to the top of the order for Ben Wilmus. The Hawkeyes lead the Wolverines 1-0 in the series opener. David Lally pitching for Michigan. He threw 20 pitches in the first inning. Righty on righty matchup here with Schulte in the box. First pitch to Coop. Outer edge, strike one.
Ooh.
Schulte is settled into the third base position for Iowa. And offensively, he's been stellar, solidifying that spot. Here comes the 0-1. Cooper watched it go by, and it was outside. Schulte batting .325 for Iowa, 27 hits and 83 at-bats, 4 doubles and 3 home runs. Michigan playing him straight up. A lot of room down the left field line if he could hook one over the third baseman's head. Here comes the 1-1 to Schulte. Swing and a miss. Good pitch.
Yeah, Michigan so far has kind of shaded everybody in the outfield a little bit to the opposite way. I think mostly a hat tip to the wind as much as anything. Now they're really shifting him over with 2 strikes.
Schulte leading off the Iowa second. Long pause from Lally, still waiting. From the belt he pitches. Schulte check swing. Did he go? They said yes. Schulte strikes out. Coach Heller and Coach Sutherland cannot believe it. First base umpire Michael Schultz says that Schulte went around and did not hold up. He is out number 1. 1 out for Kellen Strohmeyer. Strohmeyer getting the start for Iowa today in right field. It's his 5th start of the season. He's batting an even .400, 10 hits and 25 at-bats. 2 home runs for Strohmeyer, 1 double. Tall, lanky, left-handed hitter. Michigan shifting to the right side for him. First pitch to Stroh. He fouls it off, battling. Hit it over to the left. Strohmeyer kind of in a revolving door out there in right. Andy Nelson, Jackson Beeman, Kellen Strohmeyer. Strohmeyer's been getting some run the last few weeks. He's earned it. Lally set with the 0-1. He pitches to Strohmeyer. Kellen fouled it back to the screen. 0-2.
Both pitchers really been fastball heavy here to start. Again, left-handers will see a little bit more of the changeup, the curveball from Lally.
0-2. Strohmeyer rips to first and through, all the way down into the corner. Strohmeyer rounding first, heading for second. He will stop there. It is a 1-out double for Strohmeyer. Hit a rocket to first. Longo tried to play it at first off to the side, and it kicked off his glove, got all the way into the corner.
Yeah, I'm not sure that one. If they gave Lally an error, they've almost got to give an error on that one. That was Stroh kind of got to be, of course they give that one a double down the line. Stroh kind of got to be of 2 minds. He was glancing over his right shoulder. He never really could pick it up. He probably had a chance at third. He's got to look and find Mitch Bowe at third so he knows where to go so he doesn't have to keep peeking.
Ben Swales, the batter now, fouls off the first pitch. I'm with you, John. I really think Strohmeyer could have taken a shot at that to get to third. Trust Mitch Bowe.
Well, but again, he wasn't. Stroh didn't do his job to look there. He was trying to find the ball. It's hard to see it down in that corner. I've had a hard time just with the white glare of the turf.
There is a pretty nasty glare, isn't there? 0-1 on Swales. Here's the pitch. Ben hit it foul, right side. Lally's filling up the zone now. Yeah, there is a significant glare off this turf. That's why I only saw it get by the first baseman, because I saw impact point in front of him,
Yes.
and then I saw it hit again in the outfield.
When I saw him look at his glove, so I realized he didn't catch it.
0-2 on Swales with 1 out. Here's the pitch. Ben took it eye level.
And that one was 95, so Lally really reached back and found a little more.
A strikeout of Schulte and then a 2-strike double for Strohmeyer has put Kellen out there at second base with 1 out. Counts 1-2 on Swales, batting from the right side. Lally checks on Strohmeyer, comes set, now pitches. Ben takes upstairs, 2-2.
Great at-bat so far for Ben. Just to keep working. He's done a good job, stayed in the zone here with 2 strikes. Forcing Lally to come back in to get him. 4 straight fastballs, though. Be ready.
Counts even at 2 now. Here's the pitch to Swales. High again. Missed with the off-speed, I think, that time. 3-2.
Yeah, I think that time, I don't know whether he tried to throw him the changeup that time.
Yeah, like it. And his release point, struggling. Swales has worked it all the way back to a full count. Can he find a reward here? Strohmeyer dancing around at second base with 1 out. The 3-2. Strike 3 call. He dropped in a breaking ball. And Ben watched it go. It was top third of the strike zone, 2 away.
Really good comeback there. And after all you'd seen is fastball and even the straight change to drop that pitch 3-2. Don't blame Ben for being not ready for that. You've got to hope that you can pull the trigger and fight it off, but just didn't identify the spin to see it was coming down at him.
2 outs for Ben Wilmus, the top of the Iowa order. 1-0 Iowa in the second. First pitch to Ben is a strike. Now he found the bottom of the zone there.
I still like what Iowa's doing. They're grinding him out, making him work.
This will be pitch number 35. Second inning. No balls and a strike on Wilmus. Next pitch on its way home. Ben hits in the air foul. Out of play over to the right. Wilmus cranked a double to left to start the game. He would later score. He's down in the count here, 0-2.
See if Iowa can start the series on a high note here with 2 outs. Runner in scoring position, come up with a big clutch hit early. Set the tone for how it's going to look.
Lally set with the 0-2. He brings it home. Ben ripped it back to the screen. He's still, yeah, go ahead, John. I know what you're going to say.
95 again. That's he's still bringing it.
Had the capability. You know, we were aware of that possibility. No balls and 2 strikes still on Wilmus. Can he produce with 2 strikes and 2 outs? The pitch from Lally. Inside. Good take there from Ben. It's 1-2. In the scout, we heard from the coaching staff, not going to pitch it in to us a lot today. And we've seen that already. That was the first time that a pitch has been inside to a right-handed hitter.
Yeah, he's a glove side guy. And the scouting report is now he's going to try to finish guys with spin. So we saw that with Swales. We saw him come back with a fastball to try to finish up Wilmus. Now see if he comes back with the spin.
Counts 1-2 on Ben. With 2 outs, the pitch from Lally. Ben hits down the left field line, carrying into the corner. It's hooking, and it is gone! He hit it over the big brick wall in left! How about that?
93 off the bat, 350. I don't know how far you got to hit it to get over the 312 wall when you put up 25 extra feet of wall, but one way or the other, that's the big 2-out hit that Iowa was looking for. And Wilmus, home run number 4 for Benny the Jet Wilmus.
Benny the Jet. A single would have done it, John. I was just asking for a 2-out, 2-strike single.
Take a 2-out, 2-strike home run, though, any day of the week.
I didn't think that the ball could get out of there to left today.
Well, Coach Heller told you it could if you hit it on the line. That was apparently on the line.
Is he going to say I told you so or what? 3-0 Iowa in the second. Wilmus with that sneaky pop. kind of just golfed it out of here, didn't he?
Well, yeah, didn't really, it's not like he hit it 105 or 108 off the bat. Just good line, good angle, and shortest part of the ballpark.
Here's Gable Mitchell. Base is empty now and 2 outs. Pitch is in on the belt to Mitchell. He took it in, 2-0.
I mean, this is kind of what you've seen from Lally in his start. He was outstanding against Mount St. Mary's. 3 hits, a walk, 5 strikeouts in 7 innings. But against Oregon, just 4 innings and gave up 8 runs on 8 hits.
Some damage there. 2-0 pitch to Mitchell. Gable hits on the ground to first. Longo knocks it down, race to the bag, pitch to the pitcher who's there, Lally. And he covers. Mitchell is out number 3. Iowa gets the big home run from Ben Wilmus. A 2-run shot over the big, tall brick wall in left. And it's 3-0 Iowa. We'll bring you the bottom of the second after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Hello, Iowa. Here's a promise. Wherever you are in this great state, University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you, even if you never walk through our doors. Educating, caring, leading research, sharing our expertise with all. Because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country.
Cole Caruso, Will Rogers, and Joe Longo come up for the Wolverines in the bottom of the second. Good start for Iowa. It's 3-0 Hawks.
I'll see a little bit more, a sharper Cade now. Get in the zone, get on there.
Through 15 pitches in the first inning, a leadoff walk.
Wow, I think the more telling number of that is he threw 15 pitches in the inning. He threw 9 balls. Mm-hmm. Cade's at 65, 66, 67% strikes on the year, so that's not where you want to see him.
Caruso leading off for Michigan. First pitch from Cade is up and in. Caruso, a senior, batting .305. One of Michigan's 9 right-handed hitters. Obermuller's 1-0. Dropped in for a strike, 1-1. We've seen Cade in the first few batters today. He's been missing upstairs with the fastball.
First inning, he was primarily up and out. Not a ton, but just up and out. Landed the off-speed stuff a little better so far.
1-1, fouled back to the screen.
Oh, we've got a fighting chance here. That
we do.
Through the net. You got to make that play, man. What are you doing? Lean over and get it. Come on.
Got a net that doesn't extend very high. We're high above the field here. Very good setup. 1-2 pitch from Obermuller, just low. 2-2. Right behind home plate. Got a nice stadium here that the bottom half of the seating is bleachers, and then the upper half is stadium seating. 2-2, hit in the air to center. Risley coming forward. Miles catches it on the run. First fly ball out of the day. But this is a pretty nice stadium, John.
Oh, absolutely. That's a cool complex. I really enjoy the kind of the athletic village idea. You know, we can see the softball field right over the center field, left center field wall. We've got hockey behind us. We got Cliff Keen over there. You mentioned Chrysler and the football stadium, the big house, not to sell it short. We drove in. I saw lacrosse. I mean, there were all kinds of stuff coming in.
Cade sliders downstairs to Will Rogers, the DH for Michigan today. Rogers batting .286. Rogers, the guy that also catches and he also pitches.
Stop it.
I remember him from last year. I don't let go very easy, John.
I'm with you.
1-0 pitch. Cade snapped it upstairs close, but
I let go better than you do, and I don't let go of that one very well.
Hey, and as long as Coach Heller says the same thing, I feel okay. If Coach remembers it, then I feel like we can hang on. 2-0 pitch from Obermueller. Caught the outside corner. It's 2-1.
Good news is I don't think whether it hangs on with us or not affects the team at all. So yes. I think we're in good shape there.
That was funny with Coach earlier today. He said he might have the revenge factor, but he's not the one playing the game. And I said, hey, if you say that, then the radio guys can say that too, right? Obermueller's 2-1 is way outside, 3-1.
Yeah, this is a team that doesn't walk a lot and a team that doesn't strike out a lot. They try to put the ball in play early. Michigan is an action team, and Cade not creating action by not being sharp.
He has not been in the zone as much as we'd like. 3-1 is fouled back. Good cut from Rogers. Full count now.
So that's the test for Cade is he doesn't have to be great. He's just got to be. He's got to. We heard Coach Heller and Coach Kenny talk about. Hey, let's do the punching first.
Yeah.
And right now, Cade's he's still bobbing and weaving.
3-2, just high. Good pitch at 94 from Obermueller, but it was above the zone. Second walk of the day for Cade. And to that point, John, the offense is certainly punched. And so now maybe a left hook from the offense, now a right hook from Cade, or a right hook from the offense and a left hook from Cade.
Yeah, we'll give Cade Cade can give the cross or whatever you want. You want to see him get in the zone here and be aggressive.
One out for Joe Longo, the first baseman. Short lead at first base. Cade missed again to start the at-bat. I think he's only thrown one first pitch strike today. And it was to Turner, the 3-hitter.
Considering I think he's only thrown 8 strikes so far. 11, sorry.
11 of 27 have been strikes. Cade set, the 1-0. Hit on the ground left side. Schulte dives, knocks it down. Long throw to first is in time. How about that web gem? Incredible effort from Schulte to make that play.
Boy, I thought that was going to be one of those you pay for the walk because you give up a weak single through the infield. Cooper Schulte steals that with a great diving play. Actually double clutch just a little bit, but still gets up in time to throw the runner out at first.
2 outs now for Noah Miller. Runner at second for the Wolverines, bottom of the second. Iowa on top, 3-0. Cade's first pitch, high, ball 1.
Cade's done a nice job this year of bailing the team out when they've had some issues. It's nice to see so far in 2 innings here, the team's trying to help Cade. Somewhere in there, he's going to have to help himself here.
1-0 is slapped out of play. Over to the right.
My computer is completely confused with the sun as it goes behind the cloud and auto
brightness.
Yeah, it just all of a sudden the screen turns black and then it brightens all the way up. It can't figure it out.
Very few clouds in the sky, but they are welcome. Warm day here. 1-1 from Obermueller is low with the slider.
I think Coach Kenny talked about having to make an adjustment. And I think right now the adjustment Cade's going to have to make is you thought you could come in and nibble and Michigan would help you, and they're not.
Yep. They're taking a lot of pitches. Here's one hit down the line and right. This is trouble. It's a fair ball and into the corner. Miller's around first. He slips, and he'll have to stay there as Strohmeyer gets it in. The Wolverines are on the board with an RBI single to right, so the walk eventually hurts as Rogers comes around to score. 3-1.
Yeah, that's a 93-mile-an-hour fastball right in the middle of the plate. But again, almost gets it past him as he just kind of flicks his bat out at it. and hits it into right. Probably still had time to get up and get to second even after he slipped. Strohmeyer had a little trouble picking it up as well.
2-out base hit for Michigan gets them on the board. Here's A.J. Roush. Roush is the right fielder, batting .219.
Yeah, you get to the bottom of the order here, you got guys without a lot of at-bats and certainly without a lot of batting average.
Cade's first pitch is at the knees. There it is. Got the slider, called a strike. 3-1 Iowa, top 2. 2 outs in the inning. Short lead at first base from Miller, the catcher. Obi's 1-1. Fouled back.
That is the first earned run Cade has given up in his last 4 starts. Had only given up 1 unearned run in his last 4 starts.
Trying to keep Miller around first.
He's going to go all the way back to Michigan State.
Wow. It's been a strong year for Cade. He's really ramped it up. We'll see how he settles into this game. A little bit of a slower start. No balls and 2 strikes on Roush. Long pause from Obi. From the belt, he throws it over to first.
Michigan fans have been on edge since the get-go. Been after the home plate umpire pretty much the whole time, and now after Cade for throwing over to first a couple times.
0-2 from Cade. Pulled foul to third. He got turned around on that pitch, didn't he?
Yeah, Cade got the off speed well inside. Almost a self-defense swing at some level.
What do you want to see from Cade here? Which pitch?
I don't care. I want to see him throw a pitch with conviction and authority.
I'm right there with you. I'll double down. Count still 0-2. Miller's got a better lead now at first. The pitch from Cade, fastball high.
Because it seems like those fastballs are still just a little wishing and aiming and not just, I'm going to get you out.
1-2 now on the right fielder for Michigan. Cade's pitch popped up on the infield. Ben Swales calls off Caleb Wolf. Swales makes the catch for the 3rd out. The Wolverines score 1 on a 2-out single from Noah Miller. Iowa leads it 3-1. We'll bring you the 3rd after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Hey there, sports fans. Hungry for a legendary experience? Look no further than Bumps Restaurants, proudly named after the legendary Bump Elliott. Nestled right at the Finkbine Golf Course on Melrose Avenue, Bumps is your go-to spot for mouth-watering meals. Present your ticket from today's game at Bumps and get a buy one appetizer, get the second appetizer free deal. Offer good through the next home game. See you soon off Melrose Avenue at the Finkbine Golf Course. Bumps Restaurant, a legendary place with legendary food.
University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you no matter where you are in the state. Changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org.
More Risley and Rogers due up for Iowa in the 3rd. Hawkeyes out in front 3-1. 1 run in the first, 2 in the second off of Lally. Lally sits at 41 pitches. So Iowa's done a nice job driving that up early.
So if we're following trend, Iowa scores 3 this time.
1, 2, 3. That'd be fun. I'd be all right with that.
Now, wind has really laid down considerably from where we started. Still not calm by any stretch, but it's not as sustained heavy as it was when we got to the ballpark.
And the sun is broken up all the clouds.
It is working overtime.
Is it fair to say hot? Do you go that far? Getting pretty close.
It's getting pretty close, yeah. Especially here with the wind dying down and sitting in this little microwave.
Moore leading off Iowa's third. He takes the first pitch strike that was on the outer edge.
Yeah, I mean, I've had to resort to, I have to have the cheaters to see, but I have to have the sunglasses on to not go blind that way. So I've turned my sunglasses into progressive by wearing two pairs of glasses.
You look silly, but I'm glad it works for you.
That would hurt if I knew it weren't true.
I've got sunglasses on that are just propped up on my nose. Got the headset plus the sunglasses just pinching our heads, aren't they, John?
Yes, and then you put the cheaters on for me, and I'm getting the trifecta of brain squeezes. So if I get a little punchy the fifth, sixth inning, let me know so I can try to re-engage the blood flow.
Counts 0-2 on Moore. Pitch from Lally. Reese took it outside. Good firm fastball.
The catcher and Lally do not have a good connection back and forth. There's been ball short hop to him. Lally's chased a couple around.
Yeah, Miller doesn't really get it back there accurately. 1-2 pitch. Popped up left side. Couple infielders give it a look, but it'll go foul.
Which is really funny because we've seen some catchers throw absolute fastballs back to pitchers. And at this point in the proceedings, Miller does not waste any excess energy getting the ball back to Lally. Which maybe Lally has a sore hand.
Take it easy on him.
Yep, exactly.
Count still 1-2 on Reese. Here's the pitch. Took it outside. Changeup missed away. Iowa hitters have a little bit of a tip on Lally's changeup.
It's just in the way he delivers it. You still have to be good enough to see it and kind of catch it in the motion. There's not a whole lot of timing in there.
2-2. High and out, ball 3. This is a good at-bat from Reese.
Yeah, there he went to the big breaking ball, missed again. But, yeah, Reese has battled back from 0-2, fouled a pitch off. Really, at the very least, extended out to a good at-bat.
Full count on Moore. Lally with a deep breath. Now he pitches. Reese swings over the top of a breaking ball. He's out number 1 in the third. That was a good pitch. Close enough.
Oh, it really was. I mean, the pitch Reese had to swing at. Just caught him off. You know, you're talking about seeing the changeup. That time he didn't see it. Didn't recognize it, but or maybe he did and still just had to swing at it. And a little tougher to make contact when you're on fastball timing.
Here's Miles Risley, reached on an error earlier today. First pitch to Risley, dropped in for a strike.
Again, as much as you hate striking out, if you're going to strike out, it takes 7 or 8 pitches to do it. And it's still a good grind at bat. You always hate walking back to the dugout with your own bat. But
0-1, Risley hits in the air down the right field line. Longo is over. Voigt gives it a look from second base, and it's into the Iowa bullpen foul. No balls and 2 strikes. That was pitch number 50 from Lally.
Boy, and that ball, to the point of the wind still blowing a little bit, that ball I thought was kind of right on line with the edge of the Iowa bullpen and rolled all the way, or blew almost all the way to the very back edge of it, which is a good 40 or 50 feet. Maybe, yeah.
Risley narrows his stance here for the 0-2. Here it comes. Miles fights it off and hit it foul straight back.
And whatever Lally's found in the last couple weeks, that's 95. So he's
still there, isn't he?
He's found an efficiency in delivery or something that's bought him a couple extra miles an hour.
Still 0-2 on Risley with 1 out, bases empty. Iowa leading 3-1 in the third. Lally set, the right-hander pitches. Way upstairs, also out, 1-2.
Nice piece from KCCI, I think it was, that had Miles and Cooper Schulte and Caleb Wolf in it. Just the long road from JUCO to Division I baseball.
Very nicely done. Jeff Dubroff on the coverage. 1-2 to Risley. Pulled foul near the Michigan dugout.
Only one guy flinched, though. Everybody else pretty much held ground. Either he's got the quickest reflexes of the bunch,
or he's the only one that saw it.
That's what I mean. He's the guy that tracked it the whole way. Everybody else either really tough or just didn't see it coming.
1-2 pitch to Risley. Miles lines it through the right side. Into the outfield, a 2-strike single for Riz.
A great at-bat.
Really nicely done.
Fought off a fastball that was probably off the plate outside. Stuck with it, didn't try to do too much with it. For a guy that constantly faces shifts to the pull side, did a great job of pushing it through to the right side.
Here comes Dan Rogers. Rogers with 1 out, 1 on. Iowa leading 3-1 in the third. Big, powerful left-hander. Fastball for a strike from Lally.
Actually did change Riz's hit now to a single, it looks like.
Still have an error up on the scoreboard, but the official scoring here has the base hit for Risley. So he's 2 for 2 today. Rogers takes one low and in.
Great pitch there from Lally, just missed. He's doing something you don't normally see. I guess he did it in a good way, though. He asked the home plate umpire what the count was rather than, hey, did that pitch miss? He was trying to make sure that he heard correctly.
Yeah, he could have gone either way. 1-1, Risley takes off. Rogers ripped it into the right field corner. It's a fair ball. Risley sprinting around third. He'll score with ease.
As the throw just goes into the middle of nowhere there. Right fielder just slung it back into the infield. That was Roush. Missed all the cutoffs. Fortunately for him, no punishment for it. But
hit and run is fruitful for Iowa, 4-1.
And Daniel has some outstanding exit velos. That is 109 off the bat as he got a fastball up and in and just turned on it and demolished it.
Offense keeping the foot on the gas against the Wolverines. 5th hit of the game for the Hawks.
Great answer for Iowa, too, after Cade didn't get the shutdown inning that time. But Iowa comes right back out, hangs another run up, and says, hey, don't forget us, we're still here.
Here's Caleb Wolf with Rogers dancing around at second base. 1 out, the pitch to Wolf. Caleb takes in on the hands, ball 1. Now you can see what you can really do with that pitch count, John. He's approaching 60 now.
Yeah, I mean, just in the third inning, and you know exactly what you want to see on a Friday is run a number up, get to the bullpen as early as you can, and keep making guys touch the rubber.
Wolf flied out to center to end the first inning. We'll see what he does here. The 1-0 pitch. Caleb takes on the outer third. That's a strike.
I don't mind taking the changeup there. There's not a whole lot you're going to do with it. If he's set on lining one, I suppose he could line it into left center maybe, but I still like the take there. See if you get a better pitch in the middle where you can drive it.
Wolf with a couple of doubles on the season, mostly a singles hitter. Caleb hits it on the ground to short. It's scooped up there by Casillas, who throws it to first to get Wolf. Rogers was moving on contact, and so he got to third.
Yeah, that's good base running from Rogers. Ball's to his left, which means it's kind of an auto go, and so he was off and moving, and shortstop only had a play at third, so 90 feet away. See if Iowa can come up with that clutch 2-out hit again with Cooper Schulte.
Rogers at third. Schulte struck out last inning. Lally pitches. Cooper popped up, straight back, fouling out of play. A lot of room in foul ground behind home plate. Maybe a pitch in the dirt could score Rogers. Don't really mind how Dan scores. Let's get him in.
Yeah, they do not have any respect for Cooper Schulte's power right now. They are very much in.
Wind picking up a bit here. The 0-1. Schulte takes off the plate away, 1-1.
Good take there. That's a tough pitch. It looks like he's kind of gone back to that cutter. You know, he's got the hard fastball. He's throwing the cutter a little bit where it's kind of moving off and got a little bit of action away.
Rogers at third with 2 outs. Here comes the 1-1 to Schulte. Outside, called a strike. Where'd that come from?
Got to be on. The pitch before that was better than that one.
1-2 now on Schulte.
I like what Cooper did there. We heard Coach Heller say it. We know he was speaking directly to us when he said we need to wipe off the pitches and not complain and get back in the box.
Cooper's in there now, the 1-2. Schulte hits a one-hopper to second base. Voigt's there, quickly gets it to first to retire Schulte. Iowa adds another. It's 4-1 Hawks. We'll bring you the bottom of the third after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. That includes the fuel in our vehicles. So when you fill up, pump it up with unleaded 88 and support Iowa's corn farmers. As we head to the bottom of the third inning, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
(9-1-2) come to the plate for Michigan. Pace, Casillas, and Voigt. In a third inning where we'd like to see Cade have a cleaner inning after giving up a walk and then an RBI single in the second.
Yeah, I'd like to see him get a little bit on track. Pace really, I know he's the 9 hitter, but that really acts a little bit more like another leadoff hitter. You know, good speed, guy that's been around the block. So, you know, he knows what he's doing. He's not kind of your prototypical, maybe softer out in the 9-hole. Pace has got good skills down here.
You don't really see any easy outs in this Michigan lineup. Cade's first pitch backed him off the plate, low and in. I can think of one first pitch strike from Cade today.
Yeah, so we went through the order. We went through the order one time with one first pitch strike.
He deals the 1-0. Inside corner, strike one.
Good bounce.
It's a good place to live.
Yeah, good bounce back there. You can make good time there.
4-1 Iowa, bottom of the third, series opener in a massive 3-game set against the Wolverines. 1-1 pitch, grounded foul towards the Iowa dugout to the right. It's 1-2 now. So he's worked in. I like that. I like that little change. We've seen up, we've seen out.
Yeah, we've primarily seen a lot of misses away from Cade, so evidently something happened there. It's just an attack plan here on Pace.
1-2. Swing and a miss. He threw it by him. 96 from Cade.
Fastest pitch of the game there as Cade goes up and away, 96. Ace has got no chance to keep up with that one.
Much better from Obermueller.
Yeah, but now, again, you got to back it up. You got to keep following. You want to live ahead and then live in the strike zone.
Casillas, the top of the order for the Wolverines. He's in there now. very good hitter. First pitch from Obermueller. Missed just low.
Yeah, that's Cade's first strikeout the first time through. Again, we mentioned Michigan doesn't strike out or walk a ton.
2 walks, 1 strikeout for Cade, a time through. 1-0 pitch, lifted foul down the right field line. Casillas bats .416. He walked his first time up.
But Michigan hitters have been really willing to make Cade come in.
1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch from Obermueller. High, 2-1. 1 out in the inning. Bases are empty for Michigan.
Casillas with a .516 on base percentage. That's a leadoff hitter you can live with.
Fouled off the 2-1. Yeah, he seems to do pretty much everything right. 12 doubles.
I mean, it helps when you're hitting .416. Your on base percentage has got a pretty good baseline.
Gonna start somewhere.
Anything else after that's just kind of gravy.
2-2. Fouled it off again. All 3 foul balls have been over to the right. Cade's trying to get that fastball by him. Setting him up maybe, John?
Yeah, Cade showed 96 there up. Casillas was able to get up to it. Have you trust your back foot slider here?
Why not? Let's go for it. Let's see. 2-2. Just outside with the slider. Tried to bring it in the back door. He had Casillas leaning. And the count's now full. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. This is a big pitch from Cade. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. He fooled him.
Wow, he really did. He thought it was going to be a ball, and then he thought, boy, that's awful close, and he tried to just fight it off. And by the time he decided to fight, it was too late. I'm not sure. I don't have a good enough feel. The ball was off the plate, but some of those have been called a strike, and some of them haven't, so I'm not quite sure which he would have gotten.
Back-to-back strikeouts for Obermueller. He'll face Mitch Voigt with the bases empty. Swing and a miss.
And Mitch likes to swing.
Yeah.
And he should, because he is wildly talented.
Played in all but 1 game for the Wolverines. 0-1 pitch. Ripped down the right field line, but that is well foul. 0-2 now.
And he is kind of the exception to the rule, too. 29 walks, 7 hit by pitches, and 25 strikeouts. So he's a guy, again, kind of because of the talent he possesses in the box, not afraid to get deeper in counts.
No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch from Obermueller. He overthrew the fastball. Cade's cooking at 96. He's hit it a few times now.
Yeah, he's been a little amped up here. A little warmer weather.
Finally. We finally got to some warm weather. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch from Obermueller. High and out. 2-2 now on Voigt. Grounded into a double play his first time up.
Turner is awfully close there in the on-deck circle that he's created in the Michigan M.
No kidding. 2-2. Fouled back, straight over our heads.
Sammy, just call me off if you think you got that. I'll concede, but you better catch it if you go for it.
Voigt's been a tough out. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch. Line to first. Wolf dives. He dropped it, picks it back up, touches the bag for the 3rd out. He and Voigt collide. All's well that ends well.
We saw that in an SEC game that didn't end nearly as well as that one just did.
1-2-3 inning for Obermueller and the Hawkeyes. Iowa gets the hold after scoring in the top half of the inning. To the top of the 4th we go. It's 4-1 Iowa. This is Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
What a season! Pioneer brand Z-Series Enlist E3 soybeans made that farmer very happy. And his team is running out with buckets. Let's cut to Chris in the field.
Those buckets are filled with Pioneer brand Z-Series Enlist E3 soybeans, and they're getting poured.
The fastest growing trait technology all over his head. He's a good sport. He got great yields.
See why more farmers are switching to America's #1 soybean trait technology at pioneer.com/grow-enlist.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. by providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes.
John Evans and John Leo with you from the broadcast booth at Ray Fisher Stadium in Ann Arbor. 4-1. Iowa on top in the Friday night opener. Much better inning from Obermuller there in the third with a couple of strikeouts and a ground out. Second 1-2-3 inning of the day for Obi. And Iowa's offense comes to the plate, looking to add to its lead, 4-1. Hawkeyes out hitting the Wolverines 5-1. Kellen Strohmeyer to lead things off. Right-handed pitcher, left-handed hitter. First one to Kellen. Strohmeyer hits well down the left field line, but that'll tail foul and out of play.
Obi's first 1-2-3 inning, though, he needed a little defensive help. His second one was much more of his own doing.
That's right.
Now the Michigan outfield will shift and play Kellen to go the opposite way.
Kellen has that power to left. 0-1 pitch. That's high. Michigan wearing their all-white uniforms today. Michigan spelled out in blue cursive across the chest. They've got blue numerals. Tops and bottoms are white. They've got the blue caps in the field with the Mays M on the front panel. Ball and a strike. The pitch to Strohmeyer. Kellen takes low and out. Hawks in their road grays with Iowa spelled out in black block lettering across the chest. Black lettering, black numerals, gold trim. Black script I hats in the field. 2 balls and a strike on Strohmeyer, who doubled and scored in the second. Lally going only from the stretch here. Pitches the 2-1, and it's high and out, 3-1. I feel like that's a change, John.
Yeah, that's new, so evidently he didn't feel comfortable in the windup. So far hasn't been as sharp here either.
3-1 on Strohmeyer, who can probably be pretty selective here. Starting the fourth inning. The pitch. Kellen fouled it back. Line drive into the netting.
Michigan walks over 7 batters a game in Big Ten play. Time and a half, almost 2 times through the Iowa lineup. They haven't walked anyone. Lally's been pretty well in the zone.
We've had a few full counts, but Iowa's been putting him in play. 3-2. The pitch to Strohmeyer. Kellen sends a chopper up the middle. Backhand stop by Casillas, the shortstop, who throws out Strohmeyer for the first out of the inning.
I mean, Lally's had 66% strikes in his 70 pitches, so he's been in the zone. Iowa's done a decent amount of damage. Like that pitch is 92-mile-an-hour fastball down and away. Probably gets called a strike at the bottom of the zone.
Just good location. Strohmeyer beats it into the ground. 1 out for Ben Swales. First pitch to him. Swales hits left side. Diving stop by Caruso at third. Long throw to first is in time. You tip your cap there.
Yeah,
good defensive play.
That's an outstanding throw, too. That's using your turf. Didn't try to get it all the way there, but got it far enough away from his first baseman that he was going to get a good true hop. Didn't have to try to short hop it, Ole scoop it. And a good, easy pick from Longo at first.
2 outs now for Ben Wilmus. He's 2 for 2 today.
Now you take a pitch, though. After a good long at-bat from Strohmeyer, that's a 1 pitch out. You don't want to give him another one right on top of it.
Wilmus takes down Main Street. I'm in full agreement with you there, John. After I don't know if that swung momentum, but it's a play that gets the fans into it for sure.
Well, especially if you give him a second out right after that on 2 pitches, and you take a guy that you had on the ropes and you give him a less than 10 pitch inning.
I'm with you. 0-1 pitch. Wilmus fights it off and hits it in the air, foul down the line and right.
He may still get something that looks like that, but you kind of want to make him not let him go into the dugout with two big plays and a big skipper.
That's right.
Coming in there. I'll see if Ben can bring Gable Mitchell up and kind of solve all those problems anyway.
Double and a home run for Ben today. He's down in the count here, 0-2. Lally set, he pitches upstairs. 4-1 Iowa, top 4. Moving right along here.
Lally likes to work the pitch clock when he's, he'll come set early like he's ready to go, and then he holds it just to maybe get that batter to freeze just a little bit.
That's exactly what I was thinking. He gets set early. It's like a lineman getting into his stance early. You think holding it for that long might cause a problem. 1-2, Wilmus with a half swing, sends it right back to Lally. He fields it, pitches it to first. Iowa goes down 1-2-3 in the 4th. It's 4-1 Hawks. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
I'm Wyatt Black, defensive line, Iowa. On the field, I take on double teams, stop the run, and sack the quarterback.
Sullivan now runs for his life, and he's obliterated by Y.A. Black. Here's the snap, the spot.
Yes, and it's blocked it. Kick is
Don't touch it. Don't touch the ball. Hawks get it back. Y.A. Black, God, man, what a momentum shift there.
Off the field, I help my body's defense by choosing vaccines that are right for me. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider which vaccines are right for you.
A message from Iowa HHS.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SiriusXM College Sports Radio, there's complete coverage of every major conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of SiriusXM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 24.
As a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular wants you to make the most of today by choosing game day traditions first and scrolling later. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
The Hawkeyes return to Principal Park the second weekend in May, Mother's Day weekend. Iowa will play Oregon State in a 3-game series in Des Moines. Oregon State currently ranked in the top 10. That'll be a big series. We'd love to see you out at the ballpark. Same setup as the Florida International Series last year, if you remember that. Tickets are on sale. Find them on HawkeyeSports.com. On the baseball main page, you'll see them. Can't miss them. Buy tickets today and join us in Des Moines Friday, May 9th through Sunday, May 11th. The Oregon State Beavers will play the Iowa Hawkeyes in Des Moines. Looking forward to that series. Friday night at 6:30, Saturday afternoon at 3, Sunday at 1 over in Des Moines. Buy your tickets on HawkeyeSports.com. 4-1 Iowa, bottom of the 4th inning. Obermueller facing Turner, Caruso, and Rogers. Pitch number 55 from Cade sailed outside, ball 1. Turner bounced out to short in the first. This one hits him.
Kind of got lucky there. You don't want to catch 98 or 92 fastball on the hands. All right, so didn't like the prosperity of 3 up, 3 down last time, so let's try it again. We got 3 up, 3 down another way before, so go back and get it if you're Cade.
Third free base awarded by Cade today. Has a couple of strikeouts to offset those.
And one got erased and one hurt.
Yep. Here's Caruso. Quite a bit of power here. First pitch, not close, outside. Caruso with 9 home runs. And he's got 8 doubles. He flied out to center his first time up. Okay. Iowa up by 3 in the 4th.
Hawkeye defense shaded the other way in the outfield.
1-0 is hit to third. Schulte let it go by. Into the corner, runner going from second to third. Caruso trying to stretch it to a double. Throw from Wilmus. He got him at the bag.
I think we're going to get a challenge on that one, but what a play from Benny Wilmus to throw that behind the runner and punch him out at second. Ball beat him there. Did Swales get the tag on him will be the question mark.
Sharply hit ball to third. Schulte tried to play it to his side. He didn't want any part of it.
Yeah, he's got to go grab that. That's a double play ball, unfortunately.
Turns into a highlight type of play for Wilmus, but trouble for Iowa with a runner at third, regardless of the play at second. Runner at third and less than 2 outs, whether it's 0 or 1. We're hoping it's 1. It was a great throw from Wilmus.
Boy.
Bang, bang play at the bag. A review taking place now.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can tell you for sure based on the replay I saw.
Have to overturn it, which I'm sure they're not afraid to do if they have a view.
Yeah,
very strong crowd on hand here today. Plenty of maize and blue. Iowa section down to the right. This either turns into a runner at third and 1 out, or second and third and nobody out, and it feels like the difference is very big there.
Yeah, I mean, because at this point, if you're Iowa, I mean, you don't want to give a run. You don't want to give a run, but, you know, you could. And 4-2 doesn't feel terrible. 4-1 with a runner on and 2 runners in scoring position, though, feels like you're kind of all of a sudden hanging in the balance again because Cade hasn't been as sharp. So, you know, you really want to steal an out wherever you can.
Still looking at it down the third base line, just past the Michigan dugout.
Ben Wilmus has a sneaky good arm. I don't think we ever really talk about it a lot, or he gets a lot of credit for it. But what he may lack in kind of the technical left fielder skills, he makes up for with hustle and the ability to throw it on a line on target.
Well, just like you talked about Caruso's throw from third to first, the throw from Wilmus to second took a hop, but it was far enough away from Swales where he was able to field it properly and apply the tag. Replay has concluded. Findings of the review, let's see. Point to second base, he's safe. So it turns into a double for Caruso. Trouble for Iowa in the fourth. Second and third, nobody out. Iowa up by 3 at 4-1.
All those things I take back about, or said about Ben, I take back. No, it's still a great throw just to even make that a play, as that ball's in the left field corner. That's a double all day, every day. He gave it a chance to get an out. Now Cade didn't get the defensive help there from Coop. Now he's got to pick it up and help himself.
First pitch is a slider out to Will Rogers, whom he walked in the second. Crowd comes alive now for the Wolverines. We're in the bottom of the fourth. Iowa 4, Michigan 1. Infield stays back for Iowa. Here comes the 1-0 from Obermueller. He dropped that in for his strike, 1-1. Cade is the one that's working away from the right-handed hitters of Michigan. We heard that about Lally. Lally was able to mix it in a few times. It's been Cade trying to go up and away from Michigan hitters. 1-1. Low and in, ball 2. Boy, that was close.
Yeah, I don't know where that was. I'd love to tell you it missed in X spot, but it looked like it caught the bottom left of the tic-tac-toe board for a strike.
2-1 from Cade. Fouled back to the screen, 2-2.
And that's the other thing we heard Coach talk about is, I don't care if the umpire misses a call. And I won't say exactly what he said about the umpires, but I don't care if the umpire misses a call. That doesn't give you permission to throw then a ball right across the middle of the plate and let him tee off on you on the next pitch. You got to buckle in and execute your plan.
2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch popped up straight back. Rogers stays alive. Nobody out in the inning. Runners at second and third for Michigan. Crowd getting behind their batter, Will Rogers. Obermuller's ready to pitch. Rogers now in the box. We'll do it again at 2-2. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. He got him.
That's out number 1 of Cade helping himself.
Dirty slider from Cade. Rode the bottom of the zone.
Outstanding pitch there in a big spot. Still a long hill to go.
That's right. We'll start over with Joe Longo. He grounded out to third back in the second inning. Infield still back for Iowa. Second and third for the Wolverines and 1 out. Cade's first pitch. Low and out. Tried to get that corner with the slider. Just hasn't been there for him today. He falls behind 1-0.
And he's been an equal opportunity misser. He's missed with the slider. He's missed with the fastball out there. He's just struggled to hit that spot.
Obi's 1-0 pitch. He floated it much slower, and it was outside, ball 2.
Just down the road in East Lansing. They started early today to beat the weather. Michigan State beats Ohio State 11-4.
Swing and a miss. Good pitch there from Cade. He decided, forget that outside stuff. I'm going to throw it in.
Well, and Longo's back foot was off the ground. It's like he started to swing and then realized that ball keeps working in on me. I'm in trouble.
2-1 now. Next pitch from Obermuller. Just in. 3-1.
Obi went right back to the same spot. Longo was able to stop his swing that time.
Cade's working so quickly, John. He's already ready to go. 3 balls and a strike. First base is open. The pitch. Check swing. He went around. And that was certainly ball 4.
Yeah, Cade needs to get in the zone here. He's got to execute.
3 balls and 2 strikes. This is a big pitch now. He's got a shot. With 1 out, Cade pitches. Tapped foul in the box. We'll do it again. What a comeback from Obermuller this would be on Longo. Fell behind 3-1. Still runners at second and third, 1 out. Cade's got the sign that he likes. Full count pitch to the right-hander. Longo, here it comes. Just outside with the slider. Tried to go backdoor. He has not hit that pitch today. Bases are loaded. Coach Kenny's going to hop out of the dugout and go talk with his ace. Bases are loaded for Michigan. 1 out, bottom of the 4th. It's 4-1 Iowa. A little dicey here.
And now you got Noah Miller, who's an interesting case study here. Just hitting .225 in 40 at-bats, 12 walks, and 2 strikeouts. And I think as I check my box score, actually I guess he did single to right in his first at-bat as he fought off a fastball and fell down trying to round first base. But we're going to get a pinch runner. Longo will leave the game. Pinch runner will be A.J. Garcia. Early substitution.
That's interesting. All right. A lot of momentum hanging in the balance here. It's 4-1 Iowa. There's 1 out in the inning, but the bases are loaded. Left-handed pitcher, right-handed hitter. First one to Miller. Low.
We can't see the Iowa bullpen. I know there's bodies down there, but I can't see the pitching mounds to see if anybody's moving more than stretching.
1-0 is a called strike on the outer edge, 1-1.
Boy, He is living out there.
I wonder if it's by design or if it's just how he's rolling today.
Well, I'm sure it's a little of both, but he just hasn't made that adjustment to bring it in an inch or two.
1-1, hit to left. Wilmus tracking back, and it's over Ben's head all the way to the wall. One runs in. Here comes another. They'll hold the next one at third. It's a double for Miller. As he torched Wilmus to left, it's 4-3.
You say he torched Wilmus. That ball is 109 off the bat. As he just sent it right through the wind. Actually, a pretty good pitch from Cade. It was a 94-mile-an-hour fastball, bottom of the zone, but middle of the plate. But again, when you're having a hard time hitting the zone, you allow them to start looking for that fastball. And that's a team. This is a team. We heard the scouting report. This is a team that can hit fastballs.
Second and third, still one out. Here's Roush, was showing a bunt. He pulled it back. It's a called strike. A base hit would give Michigan the lead, most likely. Corners playing in for Iowa. 0-1 from Obermueller. Ground ball, left side. Mitchell, backhand stop. He's going to throw it home, and he threw it past Rogers.
That is just a terrible play from Gable Mitchell.
And we're tied at 4.
Absolute terrible play from Gable.
The runner at third, he stopped. He did not go on contact. It was a poor base running play from Michigan, so I suppose Gable thought he had a chance, but the smart play was to go to first. I'm with you.
Take the out. It's the fourth inning of the game. Take the out. Now you put yourself in a bind. You had 2 outs. You had a runner on second. It was okay. Now you've got runners on the corner. Still just 1 out. Now the game's tied. Just, boy. Cade hasn't done anything to help himself, and the Iowa defense hasn't done anything to help him out either.
Tied at 4. Runners at the corners and 1 out. Brand new ball game. Pace is up for Michigan.
If you're Iowa now, and it starts with Cade, you mentioned it earlier how quickly he was working. Everybody needs to take a deep breath. Understand that you don't have to save the game right here. Just make a play. Get an out. Do your thing.
Slider outside from Obermueller. Top of the order's on deck. We're tied at 4 in the fourth. Pace looking to give Michigan the lead. Iowa certainly has activity in its bullpen. The 1-0. Hit in the air to right. Strohmeyer tracking back. Kellen in front of the track makes the grab. It's deep enough to give Michigan the lead on the sac fly.
Yeah, and you've got a very excited Michigan dugout right now. Because if you're Iowa, you just kind of handed it to them here in the bottom of the fourth inning.
Hit by pitch, walk, error.
A ball that Cooper Schulte will tell you he should have fielded.
Should have been an error, yep. It's been a disgusting inning in the bottom of the fourth. 5-4 Michigan. Iowa has absorbed punches very well this season. Today they threw the first punch. And then what happened? I don't know. Gonna have to respond now. Cade's throwing it over, keeping Roush around. He gets jeered by the Michigan fans. Casillas the batter, first pitch to him. He lifts foul down the right field line.
Yeah, I mean, there's the hit by pitch and the double that Cooper Schulte could have possibly played, and then you strike out Will Rogers, the inning's over. And instead then, you strike out Will Rogers, but then you walk a guy, you give up a rocket.
0-1, way high and out.
You make a defensive mistake on not taking an out that was right in front of you. And I actually thought Gable was going to throw to third with the runner right in front of him.
Throw behind him?
Yeah, and instead threw to home. Well, because the runner in second was running in front of him, and I thought, well, okay, there's your out.
Obermueller's 1-1. Backdoor slider finally called a strike, 1-2.
Regardless, I mean, now I guess we are where we are, so Iowa will have to figure out how to keep battling.
Cade looking for the strikeout. It'll be tough against Casillas. He got him earlier today, though. Off move to first instead. They must be trained to boo every time you throw it over to first.
And you really need Cade. You need Cade to buckle in here, too, because you'd like to see him get another inning. Because you don't, just like we talked about earlier with Michigan in the bullpen.
Fouled off in the box.
You want him to be able to eat up at least another inning, as he's going to be up in the mid-80s here.
You'd be surprised, though, if you saw him in the fifth?
Just depends on how long Iowa's inning went. This inning has been exceptionally long, and so guys don't come back out after really long innings very well.
1-2. Shot into center field. Risley moves forward a couple of steps. He makes the catch for the third out. Coach Sutherland's out of the dugout. He's going to greet the guys coming off the field. Iowa's given up the lead. It's 5-4 Michigan. We'll bring you the fifth after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
For a taste of unique flavors you'll love, stop by Molly's Cupcakes in downtown Iowa City for homemade cupcakes, cookies, cakes, bars, and coffee drinks. Molly's Cupcakes is a proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
5-4 Michigan in the top of the fifth inning. The wheels fell off for the Hawks there in the fourth, and let's see if we can get back on track here with Gable Mitchell, Reese Moore, and Miles Risley coming to the plate for the Hawks.
Who's got the lug nuts in the air, Jack?
There we go, yep.
Or the air gun.
Plenty of time. Down by one, plenty of time. Iowa's offense has been good enough so far today to lead you to believe we'll score again.
Right. I mean, in this game, at this point, both teams, this game's going to be won by whose bullpen is better, is likely what's going to happen, unless Iowa does something crazy here to Lally, or Lally all of a sudden. If Lally has another couple 10-pitch innings, I guess maybe he could dictate who wins it. But Michigan has a guy in the bullpen going. We know Iowa does. It'll be a question of do they come right back out with them, or if they try to go get one more out of Cade. Cade hasn't. I mean, let me start with Cade's been ridiculously good for the last month. Mm-hmm. So his bar had been high as far as sharpness goes, and he didn't meet that today, and that's. He had an opportunity to help himself. He had an opportunity for his defense to help him out a little bit, and unfortunately neither one happened. The offense helped him out a little bit to give him some room, but now we are where we are here in the fifth.
That's right. Down 5-4. Gable Mitchell to lead it off. He takes a first pitch strike from Lally. Gable's reached in 36 straight games. Hasn't been on yet today. Here's the 0-1. Gable sends right back up the middle. Update it to 37 as Gable lines a single into center.
Every time you say that, I kind of cringe because I'm like, okay, that's like saying the guy's got the perfect game going, but it's worked out fine.
It's a little tease at the broadcaster jinx. A positive one, though.
You do it early enough, too, that it's not like it's the last time we're going to see him, so it's all or nothing right here.
Yes, I certainly don't say it late.
That might be it.
Michigan coach Tracy Smith walking out of the Wolverine dugout.
If this were Coach Bolt, we'd have sent the catcher out there to ponder life with the pitcher, and then he'd have wandered back, and then we'd have wandered out.
Michigan's got a right-hander speed pitching in the bullpen right now.
He was down there earlier, and Iowa has seen him, and he shoved against Iowa last year.
See if they eventually go to him. Umpire's headed out there to break it. For now, they'll stick with Lally.
All right, so Coach Smith is not like Coach Heller. He just likes to occasionally go say hi and talk to his pitcher.
Just check in.
See how it's going.
Yeah, not the auto change. Sun is dipped behind some clouds now. Now it's cloudy, kind of dark. Wind has picked up and is blowing in from right center. So over to left now.
Yeah, we're getting every season here today.
Really are.
It rained this morning after we got back from our walk.
Mitchell at first base. Here's Reese Moore. First pitch to Reese. Moore hits into the left center field gap. Left fielder moving back. Spinning. He falls backwards and caught it. Turner was turned around, and he made the play.
Turner got lucky.
Very much so.
The wind, the slice, the movement. That ball actually carried out that way, and he went just kind of lazily after it, and it sliced effectively over his head, and he caught the ball behind him. And that will be it as Coach Smith comes back out of the dugout.
Risley will see a new Michigan pitcher. We're in the top of the fifth. Iowa trails 5-4. We'll take a pitching change break. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Join the Swarm to team up with Iowa athletes to support local charities. Make a difference today. Visit iowaswarm.com to learn more.
New pitcher into the game for Michigan is a right-handed sophomore. This is Dylan Vignew.
He has thrown 42 innings on the season, given up 35 hits, 30 runs, 25 of those were earned. He's walked 32, struck out 24. He is 0-2 on the season. He's going to have a fastball that gets up there in the mid-90s, and then he'll throw a little bit of everything. The way they described him in the scouting report this morning was he's Chaz Wheatley, so that power sinker really moves down with a little more speed. But he's also a guy that, as you get from 32 walks in 42 innings, he's a guy that can miss the strike zone occasionally and start to get out. I was just looking back. Last year, he threw in Iowa City.
He started the Friday game, didn't he?
Started the Friday game. Pitched well. Threw 5 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs. Just one of those were earned. 3 walks and a strikeout. So Iowa was able to put balls in play, and Iowa came away 3-2 winners on him last year. But boy, Michigan would love 5 innings, although they only need 4 and 2/3 here of 1-run baseball is probably good enough.
Michigan leads 5-4 after scoring 4 runs in the 4th. Miles Risley, the first hitter up to see Vignew with Mitchell at first base. Righty on righty matchup. First pitch outside, ball 1.
Again, with that power sinker, Iowa will have to ignore the bottom of the zone. If they get into the bottom, they're just going to pound it right in the ground, and that's going to be a tailor-made double play ball.
1-0 is low and out, backhand stop. Vignew's frustrated with himself. He slaps his thigh.
And that's kind of again, he has that potential. He has potential to be a draft day guy, and he has potential to spray it all over.
Riz takes a low strike there, 2-1. Makes it hard for hitters, I always think.
Yeah, you see some guys that are effectively wild sometimes because of that. Can cause some problems just because you're not completely ready.
2-1 to Risley. Miles hits a high chopper, left side. Risley sprinting down the line. Third baseman throws it over there quickly to get the out. That hung up in the air forever, and it finally came down for Caruso.
Yeah, I really thought Riz was going to beat that out just because of how into the turf it was.
Mitchell gets to second base.
Again, those were 2 good fastballs, bottom third of the zone. Riz took one of them and did exactly what we talked about, beat the other one right into the turf.
See what Rogers can do here. Tying run out there at second base. First pitch to Dan, hits into the right center alley. It's carrying well, right fielder over, he dives, and it's by him all the way to the wall. Mitchell scores. Rogers coasts into second. His second double of the day. We're tied right back up. It's 5-5.
Wow, that was a big 2-out hit for the Hawks. I thought we were going to see a fantastic diving play. Roush got all the way over there. You could see it from our angle. It was just kind of slicing away from him enough. Good hustle, good dive, good effort, but
D-Rod seeing it well, isn't he?
He really is, because he's swinging at a lot of early pitches, too. Had a chance probably for third there, as Pace didn't do a very good job of backing up, but I'll take second and let Caleb Wolf drive him in from there.
Let's do it. 5-5 now in the top of the 5th. Rogers at second. The first pitch to Wolf is below the zone. It's low. Great answer back from the Hawks, John.
Yeah, the immediate, hey, we're still here. That wasn't great, but we're still here.
Wolf is 0 for 2 today. He's put the ball in play twice. 2 outs in the inning. We're tied at 5 in the 5th. 1-0 pitch from Vignew. Wolf sends left side. Long run by Casillas, the shortstop. He knocks it down. Throws to third behind Rogers, who's able to stay there.
Smart play from Casillas.
Infield single for Wolf.
Wolfie did a great job. I was looking at the left fielder trying to figure out if I thought he could get in enough to have a play at the plate on Rogers. And Casillas showed good range to backhand it, keep it on the infield, and then just tossed it. Didn't even really throw hard, just tossed it behind Rogers. Cooper Schulte will have a chance now with runners on the corners.
Can Iowa get another clutch 2-out hit? First one to Coop. Outer edge, called a strike. 95 from Vignew.
Yeah, you're not going to do a whole lot with outside black, 95.
Schulte's 0 for 2 today. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Good pitch, off speed.
Yeah, that was slider there. If you're Coop, I know it's a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, but scouting report says he likes to finish right-handers with sliders, and you just waved over one.
Wolf takes off for second. He gets caught in a rundown. He's retreating back to first base. Rogers at third. Caleb will go back to first.
Yeah, really well done there from Vignew to not panic, just stepped off when Wolf took off. Was able to stop the party.
Like the idea there from Iowa. See if there's some panic. Force him into a balk or a throwing mistake. 0-2 on Schulte. See if he can come through here. Wolf takes off again. He's caught in between first and second. Vignew will step off and then look at third. Wolf takes second this time.
It's not a terrible play. I mean, now you really, because now all of a sudden a single gives you a 2-run lead.
That's right.
So if they're going to hand you second base, I understand why Vignew was just like, forget it. But man, throw the ball over to second base.
Come on, Coop. 0-2 to Schulte. Popped it up into shallow left. Turner's underneath it, waiting for it, and he caught it. Iowa has tied the game. It's 5-5. We'll go to the bottom of the fifth after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today?
The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to US Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, today we're talking about a little different black and gold than what you might think. Get your all-new Pac-Man scratch ticket today from the Iowa Lottery. It's available at your favorite Iowa Lottery retailer, and that's not all. With the Pac-Man Second Chance promotion, you could be a waka waka winning $15,000 or even $25,000, plus your very own Pac-Man arcade. Enter today and find details at ialottery.com.
Bottom of the fifth in Ann Arbor. We're tied at 5. And Cade Obermuller back out to the mound to get this fifth inning started. Love to see him finish it, too.
That would be ideal.
Yep, he'll face Mitch Voigt, Colby Turner, and Cole Caruso. How's that scoreboard looking, John?
Purdue, Penn State tied at 2, bottom of the fourth inning. Minnesota 1-0 over Rutgers, bottom of the third. Maryland gets 5 early against Indiana. 5-0, bottom of the third. Nebraska and Northwestern will battle later. UCLA and Oregon in a huge series for Iowa. Gonzaga and USC, and Illinois and Washington, all hopefully when we're tucked in somewhere else.
Obermuller's first pitch to Voigt is popped up straight back. Rogers removes his mask. He'll give it a look, but it's into the seats, foul. Maybe second life here for Cade. It was a total coin flip on whether or not he was going to come back out for the fifth, in my opinion. Good to see him back out there, but some new life to maybe turn his start around.
Yeah, just giving up 3 hits, but the 3 walks and a hit batter have been killers for him.
0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Took something off that pitch. Was that a changeup from Cade? We rarely see that.
Yeah,
wasn't the slider.
Yeah, changeup. Left it up and away, but far enough up and away. Got the swing and miss from Voigt.
Obermuller's 0-2. Snapped the fastball high. Cade's approaching 90 pitches. But at this point, not very concerned about that. We know that the end of the line is near. Let's finish on a strong note here. 1-2. Line drive into center for a base hit. Risley gets it in. It's a leadoff single for Voigt. Comes with 2 strikes.
It's not a bad pitch, though. That's just one of those you kind of tip. You know, it's where you've been living. You throw the 93-mile-an-hour fastball, you finally paint the outside edge of the plate, maybe even just a touch off. But unfortunately, you tried it to a really good hitter in Voigt. He sends it 104 back up the middle. I almost would have liked to have seen him get inside there and try to saw him off a little bit.
Turner's 0 for 1 today, was hit by a pitch. Cade's first one to him. Just about hit him again. Missed inside with the slider.
Voigt is a stolen base threat, 10 of 11 on the season.
He stands at first base. The 1-0, way outside. Rogers had to break out of his stance to grab it.
Well, he was so good to Voigt. I know he gave up a hit, but he looked like Cade pitching to Voigt, and threw those 2 pitches so far.
Not sure today on Cade. Been a bit of a struggle. We're tied at 5, bottom of the 5th. Iowa threw the first punch today. Michigan punched back strongly in the 4th. And then Iowa responded to tie it up, and we're really happy about that.
Iowa's jabbing.
Yeah.
Michigan threw big punches.
2 balls, no strikes on Turner, the pitch from Cade. Fouled back. Not sure who's in the Iowa bullpen, although all the way down there, it kind of looks like Dan Wright, John.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Right behind the light beam down, the light pole. Voigt the runner at first. Cade will throw it over to keep him around the bag.
Maybe they just have a recording that boos. It's not actually the fans that are doing it. It's like our sound effects, like the silly Nemo thing.
Yes, play the sound. 2-1 on Turner. The pitch. Outside. Three and 1.
The next pitch or 2 are the biggest pitches of Cade's day, because if they aren't in the zone and getting an out, I think his day is over.
3-1. Way high and out. Man, and I feel bad for Cade because it's kind of tough to watch.
And that pitch was way too fast. And I don't mean from a velocity standpoint. I mean there was no deep breath that we see from Cade. There was no settling of himself. It was just, how fast can I get rid of this ball? And that'll bring Coach Heller out of the dugout. And unlike Coach Smith, Coach Heller rarely walks out there to see how his pitcher's doing.
Tie game, 5-5, bottom 5, but Michigan threatening again with runners at first and second, and there's nobody out. Coach Heller making a pitching change. We'll introduce the new Iowa pitcher after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll's conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oaknoll.com to learn more. Before I tell you about Dan Wright, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
New pitcher into the game for Iowa is Dan Wright, 6'9" right-hander, fifth year from Sergeant Bluff, Iowa.
10 appearances on the year. He's 1-1 with a 4.02 ERA, 15 2/3 innings, 16 hits, 8 runs, 7 earned. He's walked 5, struck out 11, hit a couple batters, general strike thrower, transfer up from Houston, came along with Coach Kenny. And this is a big spot, not only a big spot to get out of this inning, but a big spot to then eat a couple innings after this that not only give Iowa a chance to win this game, but still leave your bullpen relatively intact. Cade's been so good for a month. We've gone into Saturday with, oh, yeah, we've got everybody but that one reliever. That might not be the case after today.
5-5 in the fifth. Runners at first and second for the Wolverines. Cole Caruso, the batter. And I think the trick with Dan here early, keep it low. Not want to hang the floater, hang the breaker to Caruso, who has 9 home runs, 9 doubles on the season.
Yeah, you might not give up the home run, but if you give up a gap, hard hit gap, it certainly scoot.
Caruso hit a double his last time up, slid into second, challenged play there. First one to him, he's showing a bunt, bunts it right back to Dan. Wright picks it up and throws a strike to first. Sack bunt for Caruso. Runners at second and third now.
A little surprised by that, but also not, I guess, hugely. You give yourself 2 opportunities now here to score a run and score 2 runs with 2 in scoring position now.
Corners come in for the Hawkeyes. Schulte will stay back at third. Wolf now backpedaling, so I guess corners are not in. Initially they came in, now they stepped back.
I will concede the runs, just play for being behind 1.
Wright pitches to Rogers, outside. Rogers 0 for 1 today, walked and scored in the second, did strike out in the fourth. Right-handed pitcher, right-handed hitter. Dan set from the belt, pitches. Swing and a miss. Got him to chase high and outside.
Well, it didn't look like he wanted to swing and then decided to late on a pitch that wasn't a strike. Cade's day would have gone a lot better if they'd have swung at that pitch.
That's right. See what their plan is against somebody other than Cade here. Wright's 1-1. Swing and a miss. Low outside corner. That's a beauty from Dan.
Well, that is 95, spotted up from Wright.
Dan gets right back on the rubber, ready with the 1-2.
Get him off speed and spin him into the ground.
2 in scoring position and 1 out. Wright looking for the strikeout. Here it comes. Fastball away. 2-2.
Been interested, we heard the scouting report of Michigan loves to sit on and hit fastballs, and it feels like we've been very fastball heavy then on top of that, which I know you don't go away from who you are. But
2-2 popped up. This is shallow center. Swales at second base goes back. He makes the catch for out number 2. No advancement from either of the runners. Far too shallow into right center.
Really good job there. Daniel got that ball inside. Good fastball. Ran it in on his hands. Swales made an interesting little jump catch.
A little nervous there.
Not sure what that was. And we'll have the new first baseman step to the plate. So we finally have a left-handed hitter for Michigan.
First one of the day for the Wolverines. It's Jeter Ibarra. 5th year. He bats .277 from the left side. Second and third, 2 outs. First pitch from Dan, hit on the ground, right side. Swales has got it. He throws it to first in time. The Hawkeyes get out of the jam in the 5th.
Really well done there. Daniel Wright came in a mess. Was able to get a couple outs and not let anybody come across the plate.
First guy out of the dugout to greet Dan Wright, Cade Obermueller.
Absolutely.
How about that? All right, we'll go to the 6th, tied at 5. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schassberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box and let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Brown Deer Golf Club in Coralville, featuring Bunkers Bar and Grill. Enjoy a great Bunkers menu with burgers, chicken, salads, and wraps, and Gimme's Pizza and Wings, a new pop-up menu at Bunkers that's all about savory pizzas and mouth-watering wings. To-go orders are welcome, as are you and your family at Brown Deer Golf in Coralville.
All right, we've got a 4-inning game now. Top of the 6th in Ann Arbor. We're tied at 5. Strohmeyer, Swales, and Wilmus come to the plate for the black and gold, facing Vignew, who's out for another inning. He got the last 2 outs of the 5th. Gave up a couple of hits. Sinker ball pitcher.
Speedball.
Thing just comes right down the chute and keeps dropping. Strohmeyer up first. Vignew deals outside to Kellen. Kellen's 1 for 2 today, ripped a double his first time up, grounded out in the 4th. Iowa out hitting Michigan 8-4. 1-0 pitch, Strohmeyer takes in on the belt, 2-0. But Michigan pitching has not issued a walk. Iowa issued 4. Thrown in a hit batter as well and an error. 2-0 to Strohmeyer is way outside, ball 3. Iowa's had the leadoff hitter on twice today. Looking to make it a 3rd time if Kellen can find his way on. Big U's 3-0, outside again. 4-pitch walk to Strohmeyer. And Kellen is on.
Start to the inning for the Hawks. See if Iowa plays small ball here. Ben Swales handles the bat pretty well.
Yeah, and against a sinker ball pitcher, I don't mind that.
Not the easiest to bunt either, but keep the bat head up and then lower it to where it is.
Caruso at 3rd, playing even, maybe a step or 2 in front of the bag. First pitch to Ben Swales. Breaking ball for a strike. No sign of a bunt there from Ben. He's 0 for 2 today with the strikeout. Quick throw over to first, and Strohmeyer dives back in. Vignew comes set with the 0-1. Swales with the early show of the bunt. The pitch is low and outside. And Ben shoulders his bat, wisely so. It's 1-1.
I kind of like that just to even disrupt his rhythm a little bit. I mean, I understand this isn't Little League and guys still lock into the zone, but you just create action around the pitcher.
Early show again. Now he pulls it back, lines it to short. Casillas caught it. Throw back to first. Doubled him up. Instant challenge from Iowa. Unlucky for the Hawks. Swales pulled back the bunt attempt. Sent a line drive high to short. Casillas jumped up, caught it, threw it to first. It's a bang-bang play at first. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I couldn't tell there. That's a great job from Casillas to get back, because he flashes to second but doesn't sell out his position. I think he's safe, but can't really tell. Funny enough, the bunt actually moved Casillas a little closer to second.
Took him into the line drive?
Yeah, I still think he makes the catch, but he was moving that way. Ends up making the catch a little simpler. Stroh did a nice job to read it and jump back. Yeah. Now, did he read it quickly enough and jump back quickly enough? Oh, that angle's not going to tell you.
I think everybody did everything right on that play. I mean, it's hard to fault Strohmeyer. You know, you freeze on a line drive. He pretty much did. Maybe a step or two too late, but.
Oh, yeah, he froze. But, I mean, again, because you're braking, that's your job is, you know, basically Iowa, that looked like a hit and run is what Iowa had going on. So show the bunt, get everybody moving, try to create some holes. Unfortunately, you kind of ran a guy into the hole. And this angle might give it to us. Yeah, Stroh stops. Camera angle even does a great job of getting back, seeing it. Stroh with good gravy. Come on, give us a couple more frames here. Where's the ball? Where's the ball? Oh, he's safe.
I think Stroh's going to be safe at first.
Yeah, so I think we'll have just one out here. And Stroh will get to stay on first base. Every Michigan player on the field besides the pitcher and the catcher right behind second base now. We're having a Michigan dance party with, yeah, I'm not going to lie. I don't know who sings this.
Me neither, John. Me neither. I'll be there with you.
And I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you the name of the song.
Crowd mic's cranked. They can figure it out.
Yeah, there we go. They'll know. Nah, most of the people listening to us aren't going to know who this is either.
All right, the review is finished. Here we go. Here's the call. They point to first base. He is out. Oh my goodness.
Man, I give up. I'm done trying to figure any of these out.
So Swales lines into a double play, and the bases are empty for Ben Wilmus now with 2 outs.
The Arizona Diamondbacks scored 10 runs in the 8th inning.
I saw that.
And lost to the Cubs?
Yes. I saw that. Low strike on Wilmus. Big U heating up at 96.
So good news is that hasn't happened to us yet.
Hopefully never. High chopper again, left side. This is a tough play. Caruso picks it up. He has no chance at third. Wilmus is on with the infield single. His third hit of the day. Ben's a triple away from the cycle.
That one was just dirty. Beat that one right in the turf. No chance there. Caruso was able to come across and throw out Risley earlier on one, but had to just eat that one. See if Gable Mitchell can come through. Another 2-out hit.
5-5 game in the top of the 6th. Wilmus with speed at first base. Michigan throws it over.
Iowa, 4 of their 9 hits have come with 2 outs. And 5 of their 9 hits have come with runners on base. So they've been able to string things together. That's to say, the small Iowa contingent now booing as Vigil goes over to first twice.
Do you like to see Wilmus going if he can time it up?
If he could get a good one. The problem is Vigil's got such a good fastball.
First pitch to Mitchell. Gable takes for a strike.
And Ben's your non-prototypical leadoff hitter. He does have a stolen base now. But that's not really where he moves the gravy around.
Decent gap in left center for Gable. And a shallow left fielder. Not a ton of wind to speak of now.
Yeah, he could certainly shoot one into that gap.
0-1. Swing and a miss by Mitchell.
And I think that was a cutter. Don't feel like it was a changeup, but if it was very firm at 90.
He's down in the count 0-2 with 2 outs. The pitch high and out. Gable singled his last time up to lead off the 5th, and he scored to tie this game up 5-5.
Now you could play some games here. 1 and 2. You figure he's going to be in the zone, or he's going to try to maybe throw a pitch in the dirt and get Gable to chase. And maybe get the infielders moving around, and you give Gable an opportunity to roll one through.
Michigan must be thinking the same thing.
Clearly it's crossed their mind.
Thrown it over to first 3 times in a row now.
That awards Wilmus second base in Major League Baseball now.
Counts 1 and 2 on Mitchell. 2 outs, the pitch. Gable hits it on the ground, up the middle. Long run by Voigt. He can't get there. It's into center. Wilmus is around second, headed to third. Gable's second single of the game. It comes with 2 outs. Iowa has runners at the corners for Reese Moore,
who is incredibly due.
You're right.
I don't even know what he's done today, but let's get something going.
He's 0 for 3.
See? Incredibly due.
Reached on a fielder's choice. He struck out. He flied out. Had a couple of doubles in the midweek against Bradley. This would be a big one here.
They did drive in the run in the first. We'll see. They don't have anybody throwing. So this is you know, when Iowa played the games with Wolfe and Rogers, that's a little different than maybe playing a game now with Mitchell and Wilmus, you know, with some speed and some ability here to do something a little different than just go. But
you like this timeout from Coach Sutherland on the offensive side?
Oh, absolutely. Make sure everybody's on the same page here. You know, get everybody where you want them to be, what you want the look to be, especially if you're going to do anything creative. Make sure that everybody knows, hey, this is how this is going to play out.
Iowa out hitting Michigan 10-4.
Will Rogers was throwing earlier, but he hasn't thrown enough to be warm.
Home plate umpire Jim Shaley goes out and breaks up the conference. Two outs for Reese Moore. Iowa was in this spot in the 5th. Second and third with 2 outs in the 5th. Couldn't get the base hit. Now they've got first and third with 2 outs. Iowa trying to take the lead. We're tied at 5. Vignew ready to pitch to Moore. First one to Reese. Here it comes. Line drive. Takes Vignew's glove off. Up the middle. Reese sprinting down the line at first. He's safe. And Wilmus scores. The Hawkeyes have the lead. It's 6-5.
Told you he was due. 99 up the middle on the 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Just couldn't quite flag it down. Great play by Vignew to try to save his own life there as it comes up the middle, but Hawks retake the lead.
All of this with 2 outs, John. 3 straight singles. First and second now with 2 outs for Risley.
Vignew actually made a play on that. It wasn't like it just hit in his glove. He actually tried to catch it.
First one to Miles, dropped low and out.
That was outstanding reaction time on his part. Just not quite quick enough, and I'm really, really happy about that.
Very good. 6-5 Iowa. Now in the 6th. 1-0 pitch to Risley. Here it comes. Miles hits it on the ground left side. Casillas has got it. He flips it to second for the force out. Iowa leaves a couple runners on there. 6-5. Iowa takes the lead on the RBI single from Reese Moore. Dan Wright is out of the dugout, headed to the mound to pitch. We'll be back for the bottom of the 6th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
For comprehensive coverage of college baseball, tune to SiriusXM Big Ten Radio Channel 372 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. SiriusXM is the home of your favorite team and conference, including live games plus interviews and analysis. So cheer along with the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Radio 2025.
Iowa has taken the lead in the bottom of the 6th inning. It's 6-5. The Hawkeyes out in front. Let's see if they can hold this lead. It's close, it's narrow, but Dan Wright will face 7, 8, 9, Miller, Roush, and Pace.
Actually, stepping into the box will be Matt Spear to pinch hit. Spear will be your pinch hitter. He's a left-hander, is a grad student from San Clemente, California. You see the change as Michigan flips over their lineup to the left-handed hitters now. Spear hitting .229 on the season. Does have 4 home runs in 83 at-bats. I would guess he'll stay in to catch as he's pinch hitting here for Noah Miller. Roush on deck, Pace to follow, 7, 8, 9. Bottom of the 6th inning, Iowa 6-5. First pitch from Wright. Across for a strike. 92-mile-an-hour fastball. It has been a game here today. The 0-1. Just wide, 1-1. Iowa jumped out, scored in the first, 2 more in the second. Michigan gets 1 back. Iowa responds to make it 4-1 in the top of the 3rd. Michigan explodes for 4 in the bottom of the 4th. Swing and a miss on a good breaking ball inside. So Michigan leads 5-4 through 4. Iowa with single runs in the 5th and the 6th retake the lead 6-5. Wright ahead now 1-2. The pitch to Spear. Just misses down low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Wright set at the belt. Deep breath. The 2-2. Outside corner. Strike 3 called. 1 away here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Outstanding backdoor breaking ball there. Gets the job done for the first out. And we'll have another pinch hitter. This will be Jonathan Kim strolls to the plate. Another left-handed hitter. Boy, if Iowa goes back to Ben Dete or Brant Hogue and goes back to left-handers, run their way through the Michigan bench. Kim's a .292 hitter. The junior from Brookfield, Wisconsin. 7 doubles on the season. Has struck out 28 times, though. Right in the stretch comes set. Here's the first pitch to Kim. Swing and a miss. Maybe a foul tip. 0-1. This is kind of the Michigan attack approach we expected a little bit more, swinging more aggressively early in the counts. Dan Wright being the beneficiary of that. Here's the 0-1. Ground ball right down the line, but just foul. Boy, that did not miss by much. Wilmus was on it, though. That would have been an interesting play. I think Wilmus might have held him to a single, but Kim with good speed stuck his bat out at that 92-mile-an-hour fastball that was painting the black part of the plate. Hit a 102. Made a little two-step from Robert Lothian down there. Kim crowds at the plate. Wright in charge, though, at 0-2. Here's the pitch. Flied out to left. Wilmus back. Oh, off the wall. Wilmus will track it down, and he'll get it back to the infield, but Kim will have an 0-2 double off the left field wall. Did a really good job there. Daniel tried to throw the same pitch, but instead of the fastball, tried to get the changeup. Kim was right on it again and drove it out that way. And it looks like we're going to get another pinch hitter. As again, Michigan basically just flipping their lineup over. This is like the ultimate platoon. Braden Jeffress will come in.
6-5 Iowa, bottom of the 6th. Tying run in scoring position for the Wolverines. Looks like they went with that all right-handed lineup against just for Cade.
Well, that's what I said, though. So what happens when Hoger to take them in? Do they have a bunch of right-handers they can shovel back in, or will those guys get to face a bunch of left-handed guys?
Jeffress, the batter, stands in from the left side at 3:08. Keeps his hands low, right in front of his chest, as the first pitch from right's a called strike, low outside corner. 52 at bat, 16 hits for him. A double and a triple for Jeffress. Right set with the 0-1. There's one out in the inning. Dan checks on the runner at second, now pitches. Fastball just low and in. Good looking spot.
Yeah, you're not going to argue about location there. We can critique the call if you want, but you're gonna be okay with the location.
Here's the 1-1. Grounded to the right side. Wolf's got it. Caleb will take it to the bag himself for the second out. Kim gets to third base, but with 2 outs, a little less risky.
Top of the order now coming back up. And so, big spot here for Casillas. He's obviously an outstanding hitter in all facets, but he's particularly good when scoring position and 2 outs.
Yeah, how about that? 536 with runners in scoring position, 467 with 2 outs. He's batting .409 on the year. First time seeing somebody other than Cade. With 2 outs, runner at third. Dan's first pitch is in the dirt. Rogers smothered it. .6-5 Iowa, bottom 6. High-scoring Friday night game. Tying run at third. Right trying to keep him there. Here comes the 1-0. Popped foul, ran it in on the hands. Like that pitch location from Big Dan.
I'm not sure. That might have been the changeup he left right in there. Good pitch. Inside third of the plate.
Dan's ready. Right-hander pitches. Fouled it off again. Did something similar, but went with the fastball. Similar location. Ran it in.
Yeah, and the nice thing is you're trying to keep Casillas from like leaning out over the plate and diving. He's a big two-strike diver here, so can you get inside again, or have you stood him up enough to prevent him from doing that?
1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch to Casillas. Just outside with the fastball. Great spot.
94. And it was left-handed batter's box, you know, the pain of the left-handed batter's box, but.
Right calmly comes set. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Big strikeout for Big Dan. He strands that runner at third.
Very nicely done from Daniel Wright. The Hawks will take the lead, headed to the 7th inning.
Back after this, it's 6-5 Hawks. This is Iowa baseball from Learfield.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
John Evans and John Leo with you from Ray Fisher Stadium in Ann Arbor, Michigan, on the campus of the University of Michigan. Iowa 6, Michigan 5 as we get to the top of the 7th. New pitcher into the game is a freshman right-hander for the Wolverines. This is Preston Barr.
Interesting choice for the Wolverines. He's thrown 6 innings, given up 9 hits, 8 runs have all been earned, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts, given up 4 extra base hits, including 2 home runs. He does not have a record on the year. Fastball will be around 90. He'll kind of throw a kitchen sink of other stuff, but he's mostly going to be kind of fastball slider type of guy. As you can imagine, he's been hit around, so Iowa's going to get some pitches to hit, and he hasn't been great with the off-speed stuff. So hunt fastball, see what you can get, and drive it somewhere.
Short-term guy, hasn't made it more than an inning and 2/3.
Yeah, really interesting. I kind of thought, Will Rogers was warming up earlier. I thought we might see him. And maybe if they'd have kept the lead, they'd have done something like that. But I haven't paid enough attention to Michigan to know how they kind of manage the bullpen anyway. But
do you think they burned Vignew? 26 pitches. You could probably see him again this weekend, don't you think?
You could. But he's also primarily been a starter. And so it's a strange comeback then. He started early in the year, kind of thought he was going to be the guy, and then wasn't the guy. And so, yeah, it's certainly possible he could be back. And maybe that's part of the thinking of if you can get younger brother Barr here to bridge an inning, and you'll be okay.
6-5 Iowa, top 7. Dan Rogers to lead it off. He's been scorching hot. Hasn't seen a pitch he hasn't liked today. He fouls off the first one.
So I was just thinking, what has he seen, 5 pitches so far?
Feels like it. He's 2 for 3 with a couple doubles.
I feel like his 2 doubles were both on the first pitch. I think when he made an out, it got a little deeper. But
you're right. No, that's exactly right, John. Iowa up by 1, out hitting Michigan 11-5. Here comes the 0-1 to Rogers. Sailed outside. Iowa trying to hang on. This Friday night contest. Get off to a good start. Counts even at 1 on D-Rod. Here's the pitch from Barr. Outside, called a strike. Whoa. 1-2.
God, I'm doing everything I can to frame that up as nicely as possible, and I can't do it, so I just won't say anything.
I think I covered it, John. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch to Rogers. That's low and in, just about hit him. Couldn't catch a break there. It's 2-2.
He was kind of willing to dip knees into it. If it happened to get him, it would get him and he would take it.
Wolf on deck for Iowa. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Leading off the 7th, the pitch. Rogers sends the opposite field to left where it is caught. Couldn't get it down in front of Turner.
You have to look now because God knows who they've got playing in what position.
That's right. I had to scroll down and look.
Turner is still out there.
Jeffress is in center. Kim's in right. Spear is catching. Their bottom 4 hitters have all changed.
Yeah, and Yabaro's at first. He was the early change.
1 out for Caleb Wolf. Preston Barr pitching for Michigan. Wolf shows a bunt. And the pitch is way up and out. Cooled off nicely now. Pleasant night. Still breezy coming in from center. Barr out of the windup. Pitches the 1-0. Wolf sends on the ground to second. Voigt waits for it. And he throws out Wolf, 2 down.
I was hit 2 balls hard, but unfortunately right at people. See if Cooper can lengthen this inning out just a little bit.
Barr's done a nice job keeping the pitches low against Iowa hitters, the first 2 that he's seen. Schulte's hitless today, 0 for 3. He's put it in play twice. He did strike out back in the second, first at bat of the day. Swings at the first pitch and drives it to center. Jeffress goes back, now comes forward, catches it off to the side for the 3rd out. It's a quick inning for Iowa in the 7th. Time to stretch things out at Ray Fisher Stadium in Ann Arbor. 6-5 Iowa. We're back for the bottom of the 7th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com. Whether you're traveling for business, pleasure, sports, or with one of our guided tours, our team of travel experts at Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited will ensure you have a memorable, worry-free experience. Let our professional travel advisors with extensive travel experience and destination knowledge handle your every travel need. Family-owned and operated, Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited has been serving the Hawkeye community for many years, receiving the Agency of Choice Award several times. Make your travels easy with Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited at duagency.com.
Bottom of the 7th inning, Iowa 6, Michigan 5. And the Wolverines coming to the plate with 2-3-4.
Dan Rogers just blew out a glove, and so waiting for the last warm-up pitches from Daniel Wright as they had to run to the bullpen to get a new glove. And Blake Aaron is into play first base.
So how many pitches has Dan thrown here?
I'm not sure. Not very many. And fortunately, I think the home plate umpire recognized what happened and isn't going to hold him entirely accountable to the 2.5 minutes or whatever we are at this point.
Big Dan has thrown 2 innings, given up 1 hit, 2 strikeouts for Wright. He's thrown 23 pitches.
Penn State leads Purdue 5-2, bottom of the 6th inning. Penn State looking to move to 11-8 on the season. Minnesota continues their rebound. They lead Rutgers 3-0, headed to the bottom of the 6th. The 2-hitter being twirled there.
Do we have any rooting interest in that one?
No. We played them both. Doesn't really matter. Maryland 5-1 over Indiana. On one hand, you want Indiana to be as high up the RPI charts as you can when they come to Iowa City next week. On the other hand, they're 10-8. And if you're Iowa, yes, you still want to win the conference, but boy, there's a huge thing about being a top 4 seed, so knock everybody down a couple pegs would be great.
Yep.
Northwestern 4-3 over Nebraska early. And as I mentioned, Michigan State beats Ohio State 11-4. Michigan State pounded out 17 hits as they moved to 7-9 in conference, 21-15 overall.
All right, here we go, bottom of the 7th. Mitch Voigt to lead it off for the Wolverines. Wright pitching for Iowa. Right-handed pitcher, right-handed hitter. First one from Dan. Fouled back. Good start from Wright. Voigt singled his last time up in the 5th.
He was the beginning of the chase of Cade.
Right. Dan from the stretch only delivers the 0-1. Popped up right side. Will this stay in play? Blake Guerin over towards the half wall to give it a look. And it winds up well foul and out of play. Boy, off the bat, you thought he had a chance.
As the wind died, or as the ball died and lost momentum, the wind got it. And And that's the scouting part of where do we park on Sunday when we come, is that ball ends up blowing right into the parking lot.
Not there. We do not park there.
Not row 1.
Get deeper out there.
Funny enough, as we rolled up, Nick Ungs pulled into one of those, or was thought about pulling into one of those spots to go, that's like in the kill zone.
Yeah.
Swirled around somewhere else.
Good call, Nick.
Yeah, well done.
Your advice.
Even though it was the university vehicle, still very well done.
No balls and 2 strikes on Voigt. Right's ready. Big Dan pitches. Lined into right. And the wind will push that over foul and out of play.
The hard part about putting Voigt away is he's a good enough hitter that you think, oh, I'll just get this off the plate a little bit. And he's still able to go out there and get it. Dan caught plenty of plate with that fastball there, but the Cade's pitch was off the edge or right on the edge. I think you're going to almost have to trick him a little bit if you're going to get him to strike out.
The 0-2 in the dirt. Not a bad pitch there from Dan. I don't mind it. 1-2 now.
You changed his level again, if nothing else. So you got him, he looked down. Now if you can get him to kind of come back up.
Infield shifted over to the pull side of Voigt, the right-handed hitter. Here comes the 1-2 in the dirt again. 2-2 now. Not going after the last 2 from Dan.
Yeah, I didn't mind it once. I don't love it twice.
Now you kind of open that door back up.
Yeah. I mean, on one hand, I like the, he's probably not thinking double up, but now you've kind of let him back in the count here.
Count even at 2. Wright's pitch is hit on the ground through into left center field. Leadoff single for Voigt. Comes with 2 strikes. Back-to-back hits for Mitch Voigt.
Again, that's a pitch off the plate. I mean, it's a ball or 2 off, and it's a good piece of hitting there. Solidly hit it right back up the middle.
Here's Colby Turner, the left fielder. He's 0 for 1 today, been hit by a pitch, also walked. Rogers is going to pop up and go out and talk with Big Dan. Leads us to believe somebody's throwing in the Iowa bullpen or starting to get loose now. I'd ride with Dan for a little bit, wouldn't you?
Oh, absolutely. Voigt's a stolen base threat, so you're going to have to be good there. Turner does strike out enough, 20 strikeouts in 98 at-bats. So maybe it's not straight hit and run, but could see some action on the base paths, too, if they try to stay out of a double play. Typically not going to have your 3-hitter bunt, but we're getting late. You do things to get a run.
Iowa up by 1 in the bottom of the 7th. Right ready to pitch. Dan delivers. A strike, low inside corner. Good start.
That's kind of the one I was hoping he'd throw to Voigt.
Yeah.
Get back inside on the changeup.
Prevent him from leaning over like that.
Yeah, and especially if he's diving, you're probably going to jam him up a little bit.
Fastball away from the right-handed hitter, 1-1. 6 runs, 11 hits, an error for Iowa. 5 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Wolverines. Count even at 1 now.
Dan hasn't been asked to go deep into games here at Iowa, but he has been a starter at Houston, so not completely rare for him.
1-1 is lined to left. Wilmus takes 1 step back, and he makes the catch. Hit it right to him. 1 down.
Yeah, that was the unfortunate part of Iowa's top of the inning, was right at somebody. That's 105 right off the bat, but right to Wilmus, who took a step back, a step forward, and makes the easy catch.
I'd be careful here. Caruso is up. Coach Heller is climbing up the steps. Coach Heller on his way to the mound.
Is the train calling the end of Dan Wright or telling Coach Heller, no, don't do it?
Coach is looking down that right field line. We'll see if he takes the ball from Big Dan. He's talking to him for now. But as we know, Coach Heller typically makes the changes, and he makes one here. To the bullpen we go. Heck of a job there by Dan Wright as he comes off the mound. Iowa leads at 6-5. Bottom of the 7th. We'll introduce the new Iowa pitcher after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to US Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
When you live in the Midwest, you're accustomed to leading the nation in certain things, from corn and pork production to eggs and soybeans. And now we're adding another product to that list, clean, renewable wind energy. By investing in wind turbines and partnering with area farmers and landowners, Mid-American Energy is harvesting wind power that's homegrown right in our very own backyard, which not only provides customers with low, stable energy rates, but also the support to make our Midwest communities safer and stronger.
Bottom of the 7th, Iowa 6, Michigan 5. The Hawkeyes bring in a new pitcher. With a runner at first base, we'll see Anthony Watts into the game, the right-handed junior from Clive.
2-2 with 2 saves in 14 appearances, a 4.15 ERA, 26 innings, 20 hits, 12 runs have all been earned. Walked 7 and struck out 29. His job right now will be to get a ground ball right to Gable Mitchell.
Yes, please.
Who can flip it to Ben Swales or take it himself, whatever works, and fire it across to big Blake Guerin to end the 7th.
Voigt is the runner at first base. Iowa up by 1 right now. Tightly contested game the whole way through. Iowa jumped out to a 3-0 lead. Headed to the bottom of the 2nd, gave up a run. It was 3-1. Then 4-1 Iowa through 3. Michigan took the lead after the 4th at 5-4. Iowa scored the last 2 runs. 6-5, bottom 7. We'll have a righty-on-righty matchup here when Watts is ready to go. Caruso, the hitter for the Wolverines. Final warm-up toss there from Tony. And Caruso's making his way to the plate. All right, here we go. Ready for play as Watts addresses the rubber. Caruso in the right-handed batter's box. First pitch from Watts, here it comes. Hit in the air, right side, and foul out of play. The broken glass sound effect, probably not funny for most of the people that parked right over there in the front row.
It does carry to, see, that seems to carry to every ballpark, so
Yeah.
everybody seems to think that's cute.
It's a requisite, have to have it. Watts set with the 0-1 to Caruso. Here it comes. Swing and a miss, threw it by him, 0-2.
This is where Dan got ahead of Voigt and then got threw a couple of waste pitches and then gave up the single. So see if Anthony can be more efficient here.
In the driver's seat, 0-2. The pitch from Tony. Half swing, and he fouled it off over to the right. Watts tried to run it up and in. A defensive act by Caruso to battle it off.
Up on Caruso's hands. Fortunate for him, he got the bat on it. Fortunately for Watts, it didn't get anywhere else.
Count remains 0-2. Watts trying to put away Caruso. The pitch in the dirt. Rogers picks it up, has no play. Voigt was a ways off the bag at first. Smart there by D-Raj behind the dish.
Smart by both. Voigt had a good secondary lead, but realized it didn't really get away from Rogers, and so he was headed back. Rogers, nice job to just hold it, not really make the risk.
Tony set with the 1-2. Watts will throw it over to first.
Now again, just like I said with Dan Wright, we threw 2 of those changeups in the dirt. Get back in this at-bat quicker.
Yep. Watts ready for the 1-2. He fires. Just high with the breaker. Ooh. Man, oh man, that looked good. Oh boy.
Yeah, we're not going to complain about that one. That was an exceptional pitch from Watts. Just as easily could have been walking back to the dugout.
2-2. We'll see what he throws here. The pitch from Watts. Grounded left side and foul. Schulte.
You were climbing to the edge of your seat on that one.
I thought it was going to be fair, John.
A tough chopper fair. It's a good pitch from Watts, down and away. Caruso expanded the zone a bit.
Does Watts have a strikeout pitch in him? On the 2-2 to Caruso. Watts delivers. Fouled back. Can't put him away yet. An intense battle between Watts and Caruso. Don't give in here, Tony. Voigt, the runner at first base. Iowa leading 6-5, bottom 7. Another 2-2 from Watts. Voigt takes off, pitches low and out. Throw to second is late and dropped by Swales. And so Voigt finally gets to second base. You knew he was just itching to get there.
I don't think he went, but you should still probably check the swing down at first and give him an opportunity to punch him out.
Full count pitch from Watts. He kicks and fires. Way low and out. Opposite batter's box. He walked Caruso. Might not be the worst thing.
After being ahead 0-2, you got to put him away.
That part's bad.
Both runners standing on base for Michigan had 0-2 counts, and Iowa pitchers didn't put the finishing touch on it. Should be out of this inning right now with, I guess that killer attack instinct that we heard Coach Kenny talk about.
Is an 0-2 pitch really that different than something later in a count?
Well, it depends on how particular you're trying to be with it. You're trying not to miss in the middle, and they certainly didn't miss in the middle.
One out for Rogers. Inside move, Watts will lob it to second base. First and second, one out. Could really use a ground ball to an infielder here. Iowa up by 1, bottom 7. Game's kind of dragging a little bit the last couple innings. Building that tension. Watts ready to pitch to Rogers. First one from Anthony. Hit well to center. Risley going back. He's got plenty of room, though. Miles caught it for the second out. Voigt tags from second to third. Miles does a great job to get it into second base. 2 down.
Did the job, split the runners up, so you still got a good force out there. Good pitch from Anthony, fastball down and in. So even though Rogers hits it well, he hits it to the biggest part of the ballpark with the wind blowing in, so not going to get anything out of that. And by Risley making sure he held Caruso at first, from your worst case scenario, a single doesn't devastate you now at this point with 2 outs.
Yep.
I guess we'll see. We saw Iowa play some games with runners on first and third. See if Michigan tries to return serve.
Ibarra, the batter. for Michigan. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. Iowa up by 1 in the 7th. Watts brings it home in the dirt. Rogers knocked it down. He's had about 3 or 4 of those last couple innings where Rogers put his body out there to keep it from getting by.
D. Rogers worked his chest protector. Done a great job of controlling it, controlling the rebound.
1 ball, no strikes on Ibarra. Anthony's pitch. That's a strike at the knees, 1-1.
Yeah, Iowa pitching up to 58% strikes now, so.
Good comeback.
After struggle early, getting back on the right track. Big couple here now.
The 1-1 pitch. Line to left. Tailing towards the line and foul into the Michigan bullpen, 1-2.
I love how you're hanging on the edge.
My depth perception, I'm getting up there, John. It's hard for me to read it.
Preach, baby, preach.
Just want to make sure. All right, here we go again with 2 strikes, John. 1-2 with 2 outs. One of the biggest pitches of the game.
Yeah, you obviously don't need to attack in the middle of the plate. That's not what I'm suggesting at all, but the pitches have to be more competitive ahead here.
Watts ready with the 1-2. Long pause from the belt. Pitches outside. 2-2.
I mean, that's a fastball. He's not swinging at that pitch. He's just not. And so you've got to give him something that he considers swinging at.
Count even at 2. Watts is ready. He kicks and fires. In the dirt, ball 3.
Because now you kind of gave away your advantage too. Runner on first is going to be moving. Not that he's going to score on a single, but he's going to get to third.
Full count, crowd getting behind their batter, Ibarra. Watts ready to deliver. Here comes the 3-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Anthony Watts, Electric Avenue.
Hello. That was, it wasn't a strike either, but wanting to do more, Ibarra swings right over it. And we head to the 8th inning. Iowa clinging to the 1-run lead.
Let's get some runs.
That would be better.
6-5 Iowa. We're back for the 8th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
You don't have a lot of time to make decisions today if you want to be out front with the newest products. This is Joe Mershman from Mershman Seeds. Did you know that we're one of the first 2 companies to offer Enlist E3 soybeans in the United States? And because of that, you benefit from it. Here's Ben Pieper to tell you more.
With Enlist E3 soybeans, we have a front row seat to the highest yielding germplasm that's on the market. That allows us to focus on the things that matter to you, making sure you get what you ordered delivered on time to ensure the highest yielding soybeans for your farm.
Contact your local Mershman Seeds dealer today. They care and are ready to help you.
Top of the 8th inning, Iowa holds and continues to lead Michigan 6-5. Huge strikeout there from Watts to get Ibarra. And Iowa's got some momentum back in their dugout. It's 6-5. Well, Strohmeyer, Swales, and Wilmus due up for the Hawks in the 8th. Could use some insurance.
Yeah, just kind of wrapping up Iowa's pitching. Obermueller ends up 4 innings, 4 hits, 5 runs, just 3 earned, 4 walks, 3 strikeouts. Cade through 92 pitches, just 50 strikes. So very un-Cade-like outing. But he got bailed out nicely by Daniel Wright. 2 1/3 innings, gave up 2 hits, struck out 2. Gave up the 1 extra base hit, but he was outstanding. 22 strikes in 32 pitches. Anthony Watts comes in, cleans up the last 2/3 of the 7th inning there. And the Hawks, I would guess, if he can stay efficient, will look for 6 more outs out of Anthony.
Let's get him some more run support. Iowa's up by 1. Strohmeyer to lead it off. First pitch, Kellen hits in the air. left side towards the Michigan bullpen, fouling out of play.
Kellen has also been on go on the first pitch.
It really has been. He doubled in the second, walked in the sixth, bounced out in between.
I'm not even sure. That must have been some sort of cutter from Barr, because that speed profile doesn't match up with anything he has.
Freshman pitcher on the mound for Michigan. Strohmeyer takes low, 1-1. Iowa went down 1-2-3 in the seventh. Let's get a base runner or two in this inning. Barr out of the windup. Pitches to Strohmeyer. Kellen hits down the left field line. That'll tail foul once again.
So Iowa's went 1-2-3 twice, but scored a run in every other inning when they don't go 1-2-3.
Right.
All right, so now we know the key.
Just get on and we're scoring.
Create a base runner and we're scoring. Doesn't matter when we do it. If we do the leadoff hitter or the two-out rally we had a while ago.
Next pitch to Strohmeyer, way upstairs. 2-2.
Yeah, Barr basically had that was an 8-pitch inning. He was 3 up, 3 down inning, so he was clean, quick, and pretty easy for him.
I was trying to drag him out a little bit here. The 2-2. Kellen takes called third strike, bottom of the zone.
That's a good fastball there. Busted it back inside. We can negotiate whether that should have been a strike or not. It is a strike. Now, whether it has been all game long or not is of some question, but Stroh being on top of the plate feels inside to him, but great job from Barr to work in and get that strike call.
Probably too close with 2 strikes, right?
100%.
Here's Ben Swales, 0 for 3 today. First pitch to him, a swing and a miss. Breaking ball that drifted outside.
Yeah, if you're Iowa hitters right now, you've just got to trust that he's not going to throw that breaking ball for a strike. See it, identify it, take it, and hunt fastball.
0-1. Same spot, but Ben didn't swing at it, and it's ball.
After you swing at it, sometimes the umpire thinks it's a strike too.
1 ball, 1 strike on Swales. The pitch. Ben lines left side and fair over the third baseman's head. Swales around first. He's trying to stretch this into a double, and he is going to be caught and run down, tagged out at second. He never even made it to the bag.
That was just an absolutely poor decision. I mean, it's in front of you. You can see it. So you can, even if you come up and you want to make him throw it, that's fine. But then jam on the brakes and get back. Don't get 3/4 of the way there and then jam it. And so, yeah, that was, we talked about it when Gable made the throw from short to home. You don't have to do anything extra.
No.
Just be who you are and you're going to be fine. And in that case, Ben on first base with the top of the order coming up was perfectly fine.
And here's Ben Wilmus taking a strike.
Trying to figure out what corner he's going to have to slide it into to get his triple. I think it's going to have to be down the right field line and rattle a bit.
I think so, too. He's a triple away from the cycle, the 0-1. Almost fought it off and sent it foul straight back. And just an extra point on that, Iowa's made some decisions today that's very uncharacteristic. We haven't seen in a few weeks. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them.
No, and that's the challenge when you're on top.
Yep.
How did you get to 14-4?
0-2, Wilmus takes at the letters.
And you need to keep doing that. You got to 14-4 because you played fundamentally sound baseball. You didn't get there because you tried to make a hero play on throwing a guy out or trying to take too many extra bases. And that's all right. I mean, you just learn from it.
Another foul ball from Wilmus. He's hanging tough.
You learn from it and you figure it out. This is Ben Swales' first time of playing kind of full time.
Mm-hmm.
And so, it's something he'll settle into and be fine. And
Ben down in the count here. This is Wilmus, the 1-2. It's in the dirt, low and out.
There's times you wish you swing at that.
Yeah, no kidding.
As it skips toward the dugout, you're like, oh, man, I could be standing on first. Sure, it's a strikeout in my ledger, but I'm still standing on first base. You got to be real quick to make that decision.
Oh, boy. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Wilmus with 2 outs. Bases empty in the 8th. Iowa leads at 6-5. Swing and a miss by Wilmus. He's down on strikes. Iowa goes down quietly in the 8th. Bottom half of the inning coming up. Iowa 6, Michigan 5. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa baseball.
6-5, Iowa leading Michigan as we get to the bottom of the 8th. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Anthony Watts pitching to 7, 8, 9 of the Wolverines. Spear, Kim, and Jeffress.
Penn State in a good spot, 9-2 over Purdue, top of the 7th inning. They look to move to 11-8 on the Big Ten season. Minnesota 3, Rutgers 1. Rutgers trying to make a small comeback here. It's the bottom of the 7th inning. Maryland still leads 6-1 over Indiana, top of the 7th. Got some runners on base. Northwestern 7-4, bottom of the 4th inning at Nebraska. So there's your very atypical Friday night game. Northwestern usually tries to just give one away and kind of go with stack the pitching in the other 2.
Yeah, that's strange over there in Lincoln. All right, Spear, the batter, to start the bottom of the 8th for Michigan. Watts pitching, strike 1, inner third. It's a beauty from Tony.
That's the pitch-ish that basically punched Stroh out, so great location there from Watts.
The 0-1 goes opposite side, and it's a called strike. Change up 0-2.
Same pitch, 18 inches separate. That was pretty darn good. Now heat him up high.
In the driver's seat here, 0-2. Watts from the stretch. Kicks and fires. In the dirt, 1-2. Now, we can strike somebody out at 1-2. We don't need to go 2-2.
He tripled up with the changeup there. And again, it wasn't like he made bad swings at either of those 2 pitches. So give him the fastball up high, change his eye level.
Next pitch from Watts. Grounded foul, right side.
Changeup right back in. Now, the thing that I don't have that Coach Kenny has is a very detailed scouting report on what Spear likes to see. So Spear may be the best fastball hitter in the world here, and I'm begging for a fastball that he's just like, yeah, Spear's going to clobber that if we throw it to him, so no.
We'll make the right call. Counts 1-2. Nobody out, just starting the bottom of the 8th. Watts taking his time, now he delivers. Fouled back left side.
And I got the pitch I wanted there. That was 93 up and away. Still couldn't quite get it by him. Good job of fouling it off.
Spear struck out back in the 6th. Watts looking to get him here in the 8th. Another 1-2. Here it comes. Dropped low, 2-2. Didn't go after the change. Boy, they weren't kidding about Michigan not striking out.
Well, and the funny thing is, though, he hasn't swung at any of the 4 changeups that have been out of the zone or even really around the zone.
Now the count's even at 2. Rogers setting up outside. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Way up and out. 3-2.
Yeah, Iowa is a staff that doesn't walk a lot of guys. But Michigan has done an exceptional job of working counts, fouling off pitches, just nagging around.
Full count pitch. Slapped foul. Over to the left. We'll do it again.
Iowa tennis, women's tennis, gets the win over Oregon, 4-3.
Great news. Ranked 32nd in the country. It's one of the best seasons ever for Iowa women's tennis. Watts ready with the 3-2. He pitches. Swinging a foul tip. Barely got a piece of it. Don't give in. A lot of change-ups from Tony. Spear has 4 home runs on the season. 226 hitter from the left side. Another payoff pitch from Watts. He brings it home. Ground ball, left side. Mitchell's got it. No, he bobbled it. And Spear is on first base. Gable couldn't decide if he needed to keep coming or stay back, and he never came into his glove. My goodness.
So the problem there was he's charging it, and then all of a sudden he's doing what Gable Mitchell does and what you love about Gable Mitchell. He is full on charging it, and then all of a sudden he realized he was going to catch it between hops, and so he tried to stop, and when he stopped it got off to his side, and he didn't get righted back around. And Jonathan Kim handles the bat well here, so wouldn't be surprised to see bunt. You could see him try to do what Iowa did with a little show and go and slap it around.
He drove one off the left field wall his last time up for a double. We'll see what he does here. First pitch to him, swing and a miss. Tony fooled him. That wasn't in the cards, I don't think.
Yeah, while Spear took a lot of changeups, Kim did not. And one of the scouts was that Kim is a free swinger. He's got a swing rate, I think it's over 50%, so he likes to go.
0-1. Ground ball right side. Swales, he's got it. Flip to second for one. Quickly over to first. Double play. Yeah, you bet. Whew.
And that's free swinging there as that ball is 5 balls out off the plate. It is clearly ball 2 if he hadn't swung at either of the pitches. But he expands the zone. Slow roller. That's a great play from Swales to get it to Mitchell. Good fastball over to the well-stretched Blake Guerin. And Iowa now in a much cleaner spot with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Error not costly. Here's Jeffress, another left-handed hitter. Watts' first pitch. Guided it upstairs. The Hawks will have Mitchell, Moore, and Risley due up when we get to the top of the 9th. Right now, Iowa leads at 6-5. It's been a nail-biter all day today. 2 outs, base is empty. The pitch from Watts, high and out again. Ball 2. You don't want to see Casillas in this inning. That's the top of the order.
No, because you got a feeling he's kind of due. He's been around the plate, swinging pretty well. But hasn't got anything to show for it yet.
I mean, he's 0 for 3, and this is a guy that came in hitting mid-400s. And so the averages certainly don't support him going 0 for today. And so let's go get this guy right here. Jeffress, a freshman for Michigan, batting .302. Watts has fallen behind 2-0.
Yeah, Casillas is on a 17-game hitting streak. 22-game on-base streak, which he kept going to 23. But
he did walk earlier. Doesn't have a hit, though. I don't want to see him this inning. 2-0 pitch. Watts threw it in there for a strike. Good bounce back, 2-1. Bases empty, 2 outs. Watts calmly comes set, and he deals the 2-1. Ground ball left side. Cooper Schulte's got it. He steps. He throws for the 3rd out. All right, we'll go to the 9th. Iowa leads it 6-5. This is Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
Pioneer brand Z Series soybeans have farmers yielding out an additional 2.7 bushels per acre over A Series. This has everyone talking, not just farmers. Case in point, a trucking company wrote, "Morning, noon, and night, it doesn't matter. I'm hauling Z Series. The phone doesn't stop ringing. Even my home number, it never stops ringing." Well, it's fair to say Pioneer brand Z Series soybeans are making quite an impact. Unleash your greatest harvest yet at pioneer.com/greatest yields.
Hey Iowa, it's George Kittle, tight end for the San Francisco 49ers and proud former Hawkeye. Life can throw unexpected hits, much like catching a pass over the middle. If you're facing struggles with drug or alcohol use, or even mental health challenges, take a time out and call Your Life Iowa. Just like my teammates are there for me, the Your Life Iowa team is there for you. Get 24/7 free resources or find treatment options at yourlifeiowa.org.
A message from Iowa HHS.
Mitchell, Moore, and Risley come to the plate for Iowa as we get to the top of the 9th in Ann Arbor. John Evans and John Leo bringing you Iowa Hawkeye baseball from the University of Michigan this weekend. The Hawkeyes lead 6-5. Could use a couple runs of support here. Some insurance runs. And it's a good part of the order for Iowa. Mitchell, Moore, and Risley.
Wouldn't turn down a quick handful.
5 hits combined between the 3 hitters today.
Oh, there you go.
If anybody gets on, we'll see Dan Rogers, who's been swinging a good bat for the Hawks today. 6-5 Iowa. And the Hawkeyes out hitting Michigan 12-6. Preston Barr continues to pitch for the Wolverines. This is the longest outing of his season.
He's been a 13, 15, 10-pitch guy.
And Gable Mitchell swings at the first pitch and grounds out to second.
And that's just pitch 23, so Iowa making it relatively easy on Barr. Now, the interesting thing, you've got Will Rogers, who's been down there, and he's been up 2 or 3 times. So while he may not come into the game, he's been hot.
Yeah.
And so...
Like, does that count? That still counts, doesn't it, John? I know I don't come into the game and throw pitches, but you've got him up.
So when I talked to Justin Hackett, Hack came into to the midweek game, threw a good, clean first inning inside there for ball 1, and then came out in the second inning and wasn't as clean and sharp. And one of the things that Coach Kenny said to him was he had thrown, he threw 38 pitches in the bullpen. So, like live, hot pitches. So, yeah, those count.
Mm-hmm. 1-0 pitch to Moore. Reese hits in the air. Left side, fouling out of play. It's wear and tear on the arm. It's effort.
That's a different guy tossing around now. That's Max. Deblick. I didn't listen to the audio pronunciations. That'll make it easy.
1-1. Reese scooped foul over to the left. I'll worry about it if he comes into the game, John.
I hope we see him, but I'm not sure we're going to.
Could just use another run or 2.
6.
Or more. Ball and 2 strikes on Reese. Here's the pitch. Outside. He stayed away from it, 2-2.
Yeah, we're going to see the elder Barr tomorrow.
Right.
Starting for Michigan.
Kurt Barr. We remember him from last year. A couple times.
Yeah, He has shoved it at Iowa a couple times.
Count even at 2 for Reese. Here's the pitch. In the dirt. Good hang from Moore. Good discipline. Didn't go after it.
Yeah, Barr's thrown 11 2/3 innings. The other Barr, Kurt Barr, has thrown 11 2/3 innings in his 3 appearances against Iowa.
Full count. Let's see if Iowa can get a base runner in the 9th. The pitch to Reese. Grounded it foul to the Michigan dugout. We'll do it again.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from Coach Sutherland. I'll have to ask off air. It feels like Iowa has lost a ton of 3-2 accounts today on both sides, offensively and defensively. Feels like Michigan has been better in those spots.
Mm-hmm.
I could be completely wrong, but it feels that way.
No, I agree with you. I have the same feeling. Let's win this one, though. Barr pitches the 3-2. Reese ripped it right side, foul into the Iowa bullpen. Good contact from Reese. He was eager. He jumped all over it too early.
Yeah, he saw a fastball up in the middle. 104 off the bat, but a beat too quick.
Lengthy at bat by Moore. Find a way on, Reese. Full count again, the payoff pitch. Moore hits shallow right center. Battling the night sky. Everybody's still running toward it. It's the right fielder, Kim, who makes the play at the very last moment.
Well, Kim was deep for Moore's power, and then you see a big full swing, and you maybe don't pick it up right away. He had a long way to go. Voigt was pointing at it the whole time.
Kim, right off the bat, he looked up with palms to the sky, and he was able to locate it then. 2 outs for Miles Risley. 6-5 Iowa, top 9. Miles goes through the zone on the first pitch. 0-1.
I like what he did here, though. He got out of the box, wiped away a bad swing.
Oh, 1. Risley sends back to the screen, 0-2.
For a team that averaged 7 walks in Big Ten play, they have really filled up the zone relatively well here.
Just 1 walk issued by Michigan today. Risley down in the count, 0-2.
Kyle just sent Michigan has won 8 of 10 3-2 counts.
Wow. Overthrew the fastball outside.
So not a...
our feeling was correct.
Yeah, our feeling was on. Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate that. Now, is that just offensive, or is that all of them?
1-2 to Risley. Low and out, 2-2. So Barr's trying to nibble here, and Miles isn't going after it. A lot of room in left center for Risley if he could get turned around on one. Left fielder playing deep, too. The 2-2. Miles hits on the ground left side. Caruso dives. He knocked it down. Throw to first is not in time. Oh, they called him out.
Yeah, challenge. Instant challenge. Holy cow.
Instant challenge from the Hawks.
That didn't even look
The
close.
first base umpire, he fooled me because he started with his hands out, and then that's how he rings up his out call, I guess. Wow. Flares his hands out and then punches.
He shouldn't have fooled you because he was safe. But, again,
we've stuck our neck out there so many times this year, John, and we're confused most of the time. Again, Caruso.
Oh, he's safe. Come on.
Makes a great play. I don't know how he kept that ball in the infield. We do have a review, an official review now.
Kyle said that is all 3-2 counts. So all 3-2 counts, okay. Michigan has won 8 of 10.
All right.
So thanks again, Kyle. Appreciate that.
Iowa's up 6-5 in the top of the 9th. Reviewing a close play at first. See if Risley beat out a throw to the bag.
Oh, he's safe.
He should be safe. And I feel more confident about this one than Caruso at second base the few innings ago, where they called him safe when we thought he was out.
Well, but I thought Strohmeyer was back too, so I've been pretty miserable at this. So now in theory, based on what we learned at the Nebraska, during the Nebraska series, this doesn't necessarily have to be an Iowa challenge.
Yeah.
This could be an umpire challenge because we are in the 9th inning. And so even though Iowa has one left, I mean, he seems safe, but
ball's not in the back of the glove by the time Risley hits the green bag. Quicker review, quickest of the night. Hopefully it's good news. Here's the call. He's safe at first. Risley beats it out, his 3rd hit of the game.
And we know what that means when Iowa doesn't go 1, 2, 3. Daniel Rogers is going to bank one off the scoreboard here.
Let's do it one more time. 6-5 Iowa, top 9. Inning continues. Runner at first with 2 outs. Dan Rogers has had doubles power today.
Whoever runs StatCast for Michigan is quick to give full credit to their side of the review.
He's got to go in and edit it now.
Yep, now we've got edit. He didn't even put play under review.
And what's Michigan going to do here? Are they making a pitching change?
Man, this bar's been really good, and we're going to come with the right-hander. All of a sudden, it's you may have to learn Max's last name. But Coach Smith did walk out there once earlier and just have a chat.
Hasn't made a move yet.
And the home plate umpire is distracted. He's over by the dugout, so this could go on forever.
He breaks off his conversation with an assistant coach of the Wolverines and now is making his way towards the mound. Now he stops. Pick it back up.
Hey, you can't write and walk at the same time. It's dangerous. He veers off the road. It could get ugly. Yep, see?
All right, mound visits wrapped up. Dan Rogers comes to the plate for Iowa. Runner at first base, 2 outs. That's an important insurance run with Iowa up 6-5.
If I'm the home plate umpire, I'm telling you, ball 1 is coming because I am not walking all the way out there just to break you up because you can't time yourself.
You'd make a great umpire.
I bet I stopped those lengthy mound visits. I'd probably get run out of umpiring pretty quickly.
Yeah, how popular do you think you'd be, John?
Oh, I'd be great. They'd love me.
All right, let's see if D-Raj can come through clutch again for the Hawks. First one to him. Breaking ball dropped in, bottom of the zone for a strike.
See, there's no way he'd have gotten that call below the zone from me after all that moving around.
3 infielders to the right of second base for Michigan. Big left of second.
There's an acre in left center field.
0-1 to Rogers. Dan hits on the ground right side, right into the shift. Voigt is there at second. He'll throw out Rogers. And Iowa's held off the scoreboard in the top of the 9th. All right. Bottom of the 9th coming up. Iowa 6, Michigan 5. The Hawkeyes holding on. 3 outs to go. Let's get them done. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
Bottom of the 9th in Ann Arbor, 6-5 Iowa. A nail-biter today, and the Hawkeyes looking to close it out. Anthony Watts out to pitch the 9th. And he'll face Casillas, Voigt, and Turner, 1, 2, and 3.
Walk through the top of the order. Penn State going to finish up Purdue. It's 10-2, bottom of the 8th inning. Penn State could actually run rule and finish it up. Minnesota leads 3-2, headed to the 9th inning against Rutgers. Maryland 6-1, bottom of the 8th inning at Indiana. Northwestern and Nebraska. Nebraska finally holds serve. The first time somebody doesn't score in their half of the inning. Nebraska trails 7-6, bottom of the 5th. UCLA and Oregon. No score in the early going. Gonzaga and USC out of conference. Illinois, Washington in about a half an hour.
Watts ready to pitch to Casillas to get it started in the bottom of the 9th. Right-handed pitcher, right-handed hitter. First one from Watts. That's a high strike call. 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Drifted outside. Counts even now. Schulte hugging the line at third. No doubles down that left field line. 1 ball, 1 strike as Watts comes set. He pitches. Popped up. Shallow left center. Going to battle the night sky. Can Iowa find it? Wilmus coming forward. Ben Wilmus caught it for the first out, and that's a big one. Boy, Risley was struggling with it. Gable had no shot, and it's Wilmus who makes the big catch for out number 1.
And if Iowa can clean this up, that will end Casillas' 17-game hitting streak.
0 for 4 today. Here's Mitch Voigt.
He has been a tough out.
He's singled his last 2 at-bats. Iowa shifts to the pull side of the right-handed hitter now. First pitch is fouled off. Out of play to the right.
He's been really good. He hasn't really tried to do too much. He's been behind in counts, and then he's just gone back up the box. Good solid line drive single off Cade in the 5th, and then went back in the 7th up the middle.
0-1 pitch from Tony. Hit in the air, right side, it's shallow. Strohmeyer over near the line. Kellen ran out of room, and the ball goes out of play, foul into the Iowa bullpen.
Boy, I thought that was a routine fly ball to Strohmeyer.
Me too.
And the wind has died down considerably, but there's still enough of it. It just blew it into the Iowa bullpen. So, boy, we've had Voigt at 0-2.
Oh. Now, we've pitched away from him, though, on 0-2, and he's been very good there. Maybe we try something different, go in.
Jam him up. I'm not against that.
He's a leaner. We've talked about it. 0-2 with 1 out, bases empty. Watts with a calm, deep breath. He pitches high.
Flashed fastball up. I wouldn't hate Watts' changeup down and in.
Mm-hmm.
Not dying to hit him, but I almost wouldn't hate that either.
A ball and 2 strikes on Voigt. Watts is ready, kicks and fires. Line drive into right center, and it's down for a base hit. Strohmeyer picks it up and gets it in. It's a 1-out single. 3 in a row for Voigt. I don't know what you're going to do there.
But that's a good pitch. Well, to your point, I think you got to come in on him. And instead, you go 93-mile-an-hour fastball up and away. You're off the plate. You're higher than most hitters like. And Voigt just goes up and throws hands at it and jams it out to right field.
Time called. Here comes Coach Heller. Hawks making a change in the bottom of the 9th. Looks like they are. All right, we'll take a pitching change break. In the bottom of the 9th, runner at first for Michigan. It's 6-5 Iowa. We'll introduce the new Iowa pitcher after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Hey Iowa, it's George Kittle, tight end for the San Francisco 49ers and proud former Hawkeye. Life can throw unexpected hits, much like catching a pass over the middle. If you're facing struggles with drug or alcohol use or even mental health challenges, take a time out and call Your Life Iowa. Just like my teammates are there for me, the Your Life Iowa team is there for you. Get 24/7 free resources or find treatment options at yourlifeiowa.org.
A message from Iowa HHS.
The Hawkeyes make a pitching change in the bottom of the 9th inning with a runner at first and one out for Michigan. The Hawkeyes leading 6-5. We'll see Brant Hogue enter the game, left-hander for the Hawks.
2-1 with a 2.87 ERA in his 13 appearances, 15 2/3 innings, 9 hits, 7 runs, 5 of those are earned, 7 walks to go with 25 strikeouts. The graphic Sammy B just showed me, either side of the plate hits him about 175, 180. So to him, it doesn't matter. I just don't know, as he has to face, 1, 2, 3 righties in a row before he gets to the long sleeve of lefties that Michigan brought in. But we'll see how he does here and if he can get through, looking for his first career save.
Turner will be the first batter. Brant needs one more pitch, and then he'll be ready to go. 6-5 Iowa, bottom of the 9th.
I almost thought we'd see Chaz, just from a standpoint of you want that. If you're thinking, hey, let's get a ground ball and finish it. We've seen Coach Heller make that move a number of times, and then it kind of fit with the righties coming up. But again, I wholly trust the numbers this staff has over anything my small baseball brain understands.
Turner is in the box, right-handed hitter.
You don't want to jinx it.
Hogue ready from the left side. He pitches. Fouled back to the screen. Threw it up and in. Don't mind that pitch to get started. Counts 0-1 on Turner. Brant will throw it over to first. Keep Voigt around. That'll be the next thing, right? Voigt will be looking to take second.
Again, he is a base-stealing threat, and so maybe that's part of the left-hander, too. You can keep him a half step closer. Makes the double play turn a little bit easier if you get an opportunity.
0-1. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Dirty from Brant. Hogue's in control here. No balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Brant comes set. He pitches. Fouled off. Over to the right. Boy, he got him to chase it. Tried the backdoor breaker.
Yeah, we've got the pitch clock. Must have malfunctioned there. They got it back up. Home plate umpire was walking out to tell Brant kind of how it was going to work. Now it's counting down and nobody's even ready yet. So, so it's
still not working.
It's not working. There we got the reset.
Count still 0-2 on Turner. Hogue's pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 2 down.
High cheese from Brant. And the Hawks are 1 out away from maybe stealing one.
Here comes Caruso. Caruso up with 2 outs.
If you're Michigan, I'm not sure there's many guys you'd rather see at the plate down 1. Besides Voigt.
Hogue's first pitch, just below the knees. Ball 1. Not a bad pitch there from Hogue. Voigt, the runner at first base with a ton of speed. There are 2 outs. Iowa leads it 6-5 in the 9th. The 1-0 pitch. Outside, ball 2.
That was a little quicker from Brandt. So I'd like to see him now kind of take that deep breath, not let the situation speed him up.
Hitters count now for Caruso. Hogue's got to be careful. Here's the 2-0. That dropped in for a strike, 2-1.
Yeah, didn't give in. Good cross count pitch there.
Hogue looking in for the sign. He's got it. 2 balls and a strike. Brandt's pitch. Inside, ball 3. Be a little bit careful here on 3-1. Hogue comes set. He's ready. He pitches. Fouled back to the screen. 3-2.
Because why not?
Oh, man.
As Kyle mentioned, or sent to us, Michigan's won 8 of 10 of these.
Iowa fans get on their feet down to the right. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner at first. The pitch from Hogue. Just high. Oh, my goodness. Ball 4.
It was up. Man, what an outstanding pitch from Brandt, and what an outstanding take from Caruso.
Man, oh, man. What a pitch from Hogue, but it's up.
We'll have a pinch runner. That's the winning run. Whew.
Pressure, tension building in the bottom of the 9th. Iowa 6, Michigan 5. The tying runs at second base. Will Rogers, the batter for the Wolverines, another right-handed hitter. Oh for 3 today with a walk.
Wilma's pretty much standing on the wall, so single to left is going to score Voigt.
First pitch, strike 1. Two on and 2 out for Michigan. 6-5 Iowa, bottom of the 9th. Hogue trying to close the deal out. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. 0-2.
Fastball off the plate there. Rogers gave one a ride to center field last time.
Iowa fans on their feet again. Down to the right. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Hogue ready. He kicks and fires. Called third strike. He struck him out. And the Hawks win it. 6-5. Yes.
Froze him with a fastball on the outer edge. Hawks get a 1, move to 15-4 in the Big Ten season. Hold on to the number 1 spot if you're only talking about games behind.
Woo!
Wasn't pretty, but it's a win, man.
You can breathe now, Hawkeye Nation. Iowa wins it 6-5 and takes the Friday game. 5th weekend in a row that Iowa's won the Friday game.
And, you know, it's a good win to get with Cade not being great. It was fun to win while Cade was being outstanding. It was a nice one to get with Cade being less than Super Cade and everybody else. You hate going to 3 different arms in the bullpen, but, man, every guy did a job. Every guy came in and left a runner stranded, and the Hawks get it done.
A gutsy, gritty win for the black and gold. And Iowa wins it 6-5 over Michigan this evening. All right, we're back with post-game coverage after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime, but the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Get a great deal on select Kubota equipment. The BX Series is the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S. The versatile lineup is built to help you make the most of your land. Right now at participating dealers, get a Kubota compact tractor for $0 down, 0% APR for up to 60 months. Plus, save up to $1,500 on select equipment. Now through September 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com/disclaimers for full disclaimer.
Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Iowa takes the series opener over the Michigan Wolverines 6-5 in a nail-biter. It was tough, wasn't it, John Evans?
That was not what you're used to seeing out of Iowa on a Friday, but boy, got it done. Some clutch pitching, and I mean, you look, it like I said, just wasn't pretty. 5 runs on 7 hits for Michigan, 6 runs on 13 hits for Iowa. Michigan couldn't really take advantage of the free bases that Iowa gave them, and that Iowa toughened up when they needed to. That was the upshot of it all.
Dan Wright gets the win, his second of the season. He came in when the Hawks really needed him after Cade was sputtering a bit and only made it through 4 innings. Dan Wright came in through 2 1/3, gave up 2 hits with 2 strikeouts, and then the Hawks went to Anthony Watts, who threw 2 innings, 1 hit, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. Brant Hogue came in and got the last 2 outs to get it done. Iowa's bullpen got the win today.
I was going to say, wrap up all those numbers. 5 innings pitched, 3 hits, no runs, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. I mean, that is an outstanding bullpen performance. And again, Daniel Wright comes into the game. There's 2 guys on. Anthony Watts comes into the game. I think there was a guy on. Brant Hogue comes into that spot with guy on base. So they left runners out there that Michigan had on. They came in. They put a fire out. They picked their teammate up. They did a job. And, boy, what a win for the Hawks.
I do not care how Iowa wins. I just care that they win. And Iowa got it done today, 6-5. There was no scoring in this game in the final 3.5 innings, and I just don't think that was something that we would have considered after all the scoring in the first 6 or so.
Oh, Preston Barr was fantastic. I mean, what a game for him. I mean, he came in. His ERA now leaving the game is 8. And he threw 3 scoreless innings, really kept Iowa off. But Iowa gets it done. Again, the big thing, #1 in the Big Ten is great. 15-4. You start looking, Iowa is multiple games clear of a lot of teams in the loss column. So, again, jockey all you want about whether Iowa's first or not based on win percentage or games played and all that stuff. But as far as how you want to get seeded in the tournament, they have really positioned themselves well by winning games in hand and putting pressure on teams chasing.
Iowa and Michigan will play tomorrow at 1 o'clock Central Time. We'll look forward to that one. We'll take a break. Iowa wins it 6-5. We'll talk with Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schassberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box, so let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Every day, you're out there, up before the sun, and pushing forward before the chaos of the day settles in. At Great Southern, we're right there with you because we understand the need for trusted support. Having a team that is seasoned, agile, ready, an award-winning team that knows their customers personally and is behind them at every step. There to assist you, inspire you, and echo your inner dialogue in those quiet moments. Keep going. Whether you're getting ready to meet the day or working on something big, we're your team. Great Southern Bank, understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Iowa holds on and beats Michigan to open the series 6-5 in a crucial win for the Hawkeyes. We're joined by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, congrats on the nail-biting win today.
Yeah, it wasn't certainly not easy, and they never are, and not the prettiest of things in a lot of ways, but give credit to our guys just continuing to fight, specifically after the 4-run fourth where we didn't play very cleanly. Gave them some opportunities with some free bases, but we really answered back the next 2 innings. Was happy with how, we handled the starter and the guy they brought in, the Vigwe kid who'd kind of been a weekend guy for him. Thought we had some really good at-bats off him, and then, just kind of we were able to wiggle out of some stuff, but Dan and Tony and Brant, just great jobs in the pen holding it down.
That's what John and I said right before you hopped on, that Dan Wright gets the win, but it was a bullpen win for your team today, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and certainly Cade wasn't sharp, but listen, man, he had been on a crazy heater and been picking us up. He wins a 1-run game. We scored 1 run for him last week, and this is what great teams do. You pick each other up. A guy had been carrying the load for the better part of about 5-6 starts, just didn't have his stuff, and we still figured out a way to win and grind out some things. I think we had 4 2-out RBIs, and that's probably the end. That's the game, right? Just the ability. Ben with the big 2-run homer there. Reese with the hit with 2 outs. Dan had a 2-out hit, 2-out RBI double. So, yeah, just did enough to win. But a lot of the things that I pay attention to in track, we didn't do well. We didn't execute particularly well. We were 1 of 5 in 3-2 counts. We lost the freebie war, handily. We lost the pitch count war handily. But you don't always have your best stuff out there. And I've said this a million times. Never apologize for figuring out a way to win.
Yeah, that's something that we said too. I don't really care how we win. I know you guys do, but I don't really care how we win. Just that we win. And did this check off another box, Coach, in terms of finding a way to win?
Yeah, I just think it's what good teams do, It's maybe not so much the box checking as is just the gut checking, right? Just the being able to dig deep and not lose your wits. And, again, after the 4th inning, things went so haywire that inning. In a lot of ways, the walks, we make an error. We just didn't play clean. And then, to answer back the next inning was huge. And then, again, Dan, Tony, Brant coming in and just putting up zeros. And they had some traffic, but we were able to work around them. Got a big double play. Anthony did in the 8th there. That was ended up being a big play. But, we just didn't play clean. We walked 6 or 7 guys, or maybe walked 6 and hit a guy. That's the stuff you just can't do, right? We survived it, but we got to understand that in order for us to do special things, we have to play cleaner. You appreciate the fight. You appreciate the figuring out a way to win. But it's not a recipe that's going to be successful every day. So we got to wipe away, get back to who we are. Certainly offensively, it was a pretty solid night on a really difficult night to hit. Get some big extra base hits there early, Ben, to start the game off again with his 2 homers, or the 2-run homer, and then Dan a couple, the hit and run. He puts one in the corner double, and then he has the 2-out double. He had a really good night. You look at that 5, have a bunch of hits in the first 5 hitters. We got to do a little bit better after that, but still overall a good night offensively. 13 hits on a difficult night to hit. Thought we did a great job with the starter. Now we just got to play cleaner.
Great stuff, Coach. Let's get on that bus. Let's get that song playing.
Thanks, John.
Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland on our post-game show from Ray Fisher Stadium in Ann Arbor. All right, let's play the highlights of Iowa's 6-5 win over Michigan. Soft spinner hit to second base. Wilmus trying to score, and he will be out at the plate. Safe! They called him safe! He beat the tag!
Missed the tag, completely whiffed.
2-2. Hit on the ground, up the middle. Gable's got it. He'll step on second himself. Throw it to first for the double play. How many times have we seen that this week?
Really well done from Gable there.
Ben hits down the left field line, carrying into the corner. It's hooking, and it is gone! He hit it over the big brick wall in left. How about that? Cade set, the 1-0. Hit on the ground left side. Schulte dives, knocks it down. Long throw to first is in time. How about that web gem? Incredible effort from Schulte to make that play. 1-1, Risley takes off. Rogers ripped it into the right field corner. It's a fair ball. Risley sprinting around third. He'll score with ease. Tying run out there at second base. First pitch to Dan, hits into the right center alley. It's carrying well. Right fielder over. He dives, and it's by him all the way to the wall. Mitchell scores. Rogers coasts into second. His second double of the day. We're tied right back up. It's 5-5. First one to Reese. Here it comes. Line drive, takes Vigew's glove off. Up the middle, Reese sprinting down the line at first. He's safe, and Wilmus scores. The Hawkeyes have the lead. It's 6-5. Full count, crowd getting behind their batter, Ibarra. Watts ready to deliver. Here comes the 3-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Anthony Watts, Electric Avenue. 0-1. Ground ball right side. Swales, he's got it. Flip to second for one. Quickly over to first. Double play. Yeah, you bet. Whew. Iowa fans on their feet again. Down to the right. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Hogue ready. He kicks and fires. Called third strike. He struck him out. And the Hawks win it. 6-5. Yes. How about that thriller to start the weekend? We'll be back here tomorrow, 1 o'clock Central Time. We're on the air at 12:30 on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa going for a series win a day early. All right, that'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball tonight. Iowa beats Michigan in the series opener 6-5. For my great board op down the line, Michael, excellent job as always. My fine color analyst, John Evans, I'm John Leo saying so long. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye. Some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Iowa Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Mid-American Energy. Call 811 before you dig. It's the law. Visit midamericanenergy.com for natural gas safety tips. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Also brought to you by Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.